Hello, good morning, and welcome to our online event, The State of Cultural Diversity in British Photography. My name is Gil Pasternak. I am Professor of Photographic Cultures and Heritage at the Montfort University in the United Kingdom. And I'm also one of the organizers of this event, made possible thanks to support from the Paul Mellon Centre for Studies in British Art, and thanks to a long-standing partnership between myself and Chhabra, who is chair of the Midlands-based community interest company, Black Country Visual Arts, and co-director of the ReFramed network. Both of these organizations are committed to engaging Black, Asian, and other people of color with the production and consumption of photography and visual arts as a means of improving their relationship with other cultural and identity groups in British society. I would like to invite Anand to say more about the two organizations and their activities. Good morning, Anand.
Good morning, Gil. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here with you all today, and great to know that such a great number of you have joined to commit and be part of the event. So, first of all, Black Country Visual Arts. Black Country Visual Arts is committed to engaging Black Country migrant communities with the production and consumption of visual arts to improve their relationship with British society. Since its 2014 foundation, BCVA has provided local artists and residents with the training, resources and means necessary to safeguard their cultural heritage and showcase the contributions of their communities to the development of the Black Country region and beyond. And secondly, ReFramed. ReFramed is a network for Black, Asian and other people of color interested in producing photographic visual art. Established in 2020, it deploys visual arts to reshape public attitudes towards race, cultural localities and communities of colonial heritage. In addition, its members work to promote the appointments of people of color to influential full-time positions in art institutions, support their cooperations across art and cultural organizations, and integrate the history of Black and Asian photography into the medium's canonical historiography.
Thank you very much, Anand. In this day long of our workshop, we intend to explore the factors that might have conditioned the participation of British communities of colonial heritage in the production of so-called mainstream British art and visual culture. We have chosen to place particular emphasis on the themes of artistic literacy, educational access, and institutional policies as the most fundamental enablers of engagement with cultural production, consumption, and safeguarding. To meet our aims for the event, it will revolve around photography as a relatively accessible medium that has historically been employed both to solidify sociocultural norms and to promote transformation in British society. More specifically, the majority of the event's panels and discussions will focus on photographic initiatives, projects, and collections that have been developed by so-called British cultural minorities in England's multi-ethnic region of the Midlands, often, even if not always, projects that were developed as a means of claiming their right for cultural recognition in British society and its cultural institutions. If I could have the slide on the screen, please. Thank you. Now, by forming a platform for discussion and knowledge exchange about the photographic cultures of this region and about the state of cultural diversity in British photographic practices and culture institutions more generally, we hope the event provides vivid insights into the actual realities experienced by culturally marginalized photography practitioners in their attempts to operate within British culture. And we equally hope it contributes to unpacking the local implications for current academic and third sector endeavors to decentralize or decolonize art and visual culture. In the first instance, the rationale for the workshop stems from the critical approaches to the study of photography developed since the late 20th century in the discipline of art history and in the interdisciplinary field of visual culture, drawing especially on neo-Marxist, feminist, and post-colonial theorists. A large number of photography scholars from these academic areas have often explored how British imperialism and its legacies have conditioned photographic practices in Britain's former colonies and territories. Having also explored how art and visual culture enhance social and racial inclusion in culture, such critical approaches continue to maintain their relevance in the present day. That is so not least because the effects of globalization and the contested prevalence of liberal democracy have not only increased pluralism, but also reignited social conservatism and cultural polarization. But perhaps more significantly, the rationale behind this event is mostly informed by ongoing lack of sufficient research about the particular socio-political circumstances underpinning the photographic endeavors of otherwise disadvantaged British photographic practitioners. To rephrase this statement, it could be said that photography scholars have indeed developed knowledge about the different cultural uses and understandings of photography in diverse colonial and post-colonial geographic contexts, but to date at least, only sparse attention has been paid to how British photographic practitioners of colonial heritage have grappled with British education and social establishments to enhance their cultural recognition in Britain itself. In addition, critical theoretical frameworks of the kind I've just mentioned have become relatively integral to the study of British art and visual culture, but the limited opportunities available to British people of colonial heritage to participate in the shaping of British art and visual culture still persist. Practically then, today's event is geared towards exploring how definitions and perceptions of cultural background and personal heritage have affected the ability of underprivileged British citizens to acquire photographic education and to contribute to the programs and collections upheld by dominant British cultural institutions. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you, Gil. Yeah, so it's very important to have this event today, I feel. I know this has been funded by the Paul Mellon Centre, as Gil has already said. It's an educational charity that champions new ways of understanding British art and culture. And so it's a wonderful space and opportunity to have this event to voice the narrative and the experience of most of our speakers today, of all people of colour. And it's important for people to hear their narrative and their experiences of what it's like working as photographers or curators within the confines of British photography. And it's also a place to offer education to the wider public about their experiences, what sometimes are negative, and also therefore to start to discuss and start to have more conversation about what needs to change. So that's the reason, that's the importance of this event for us today. Secondly, I want to say how we get to this event is through our relationship, or my personal relationship with Gil Pasternak. I think it was about 5 years ago I contacted him because I knew he was a leader of a course at Leicester University looking at photography history. So I simply wrote an email to say, this is what we do, or I've done in terms of the archive I've set up here in Wolverhampton. And eventually we kind of met up. And my mind was literally blown in that meeting because I'd never heard someone offer the experience or knowledge about how to even engage with communities that I thought I had. So when I left that meeting, I really felt I had something with me, like a vision or a nugget of information that could really change my work, and it did. And since then, we worked in different capacities. He's invited me to speak to some of his students in Turkey around the conflict photography project that he worked on. We've written journals. He's got me into an international journal with our archive, 17 pages, really wonderfully written, a scope that educates people about what it's all about. Right up until the present day, we'll be discussing about our wonderful workbook that he's helped create as well. So I think the relationship has grown into a strong, from collaboration to a strong friendship, and a friendship almost like family, So he's become a very good mentor, advisor, and a confidant, So that's why we've come to this point of being able to establish an event like this.
Thank you very much, Anand. This is I'm quite speechless, to be completely honest. I wasn't prepared for that. Thank you very much. Only to say we're at the Montfort University. Leicester University is around the corner, but thank you. Okay, so far we have framed the event, its scope, and the key themes that it is going to revolve around. Now you can see on the screen some of the more specific questions we hope to address in the following panels and discussions. How have culturally differentiated approaches to artistic literacies within British society influenced access to formal photographic training? What strategies have British citizens of colonial heritage developed to introduce and normalize the presence of their photographs in public? And finally, to what extent has the rising interest in safeguarding the diversity of British cultural heritage both enabled and limited the ability of socially underprivileged British photographic practitioners to contribute and participate in British culture as equals amongst equals? To help us work through these and related questions, we have brought together practitioners, curators, community activists, institutional representatives, and scholars whom we put into thematic panels. Around 10:15, we will open the discussion with a panel dedicated to unpacking the notion of British photography. This panel will run until 11:30 and be followed by a short break of 15 minutes. Later, between 11:45 and 12:45, we will move on to our second panel of the day, this time looking at issues concerning educational empowerment and restraints. And then between 12:45 and 1:30, we will break for lunch. We will continue the live stream between 1:30 and 2:30 to host our final panel of the day on institutional and community endeavors. All of you viewers on the other side of the screen, you can join the conversation by posting your questions in the chat box. But please remember that because the broadcast is transmitted to you via YouTube, you must be logged onto your Google or YouTube account if you want to take advantage of the chat box. Once you have logged onto your Google account, you will be able to post your questions, and I would like to encourage everyone to do so during the talks and throughout the panels altogether. We will gather your questions in the virtual studio, and after the final talk of each panel, we will endeavor to address all the questions, or at least as many as time allows us. A few more technical notes before we start. The event is recorded, and we will make it freely available via the dedicated YouTube channel of DMU Events. We very much hope the recordings become an invaluable open resource of critically engaged voices and living memories about the challenges facing marginalized British photographic practitioners in their endeavors to participate in defining and shaping the future of British culture. Anyone who registered to attend the live stream will receive the links via email. I assume this should happen probably within a couple of weeks, if not earlier. And please do feel free to share these links as widely as possible, and especially with anyone who may be interested in the conversation, of course. Before we open the first panel, I would like to thank all the speakers for their contributions to the event. I would also like to thank DMU events organizer Laura Wilson and DMU technician Mark DiMartino Marriott for making this live stream possible from our virtual studio behind the scenes. And above all, I would like to thank my very dear colleague, co-host and friend, Anand Chhabra, without whom this event would have quite literally not be possible at all. Without further ado then, I'm pleased to open panel 1 right on time as well. The title of the panel is Unpacking British Photography, and the panel's first speaker is Justin Carey. Justin was the recipient of a 2020 ReFramed bursary to create work about the COVID-19 pandemic. The outcome of this was exhibited at a Format Photography Festival in 2021, and it was published the same year in the book, The Traveling Word Is Not Arriving. His Reaching Out into the Dark project was shown at Studio One Gallery in London in 2018, and it has been featured on the Photo Ethics podcast. Justin's talk is titled Visual Erasure and the Rise of Advocacy. Thank you very much, Justin, for being with us today. The screen is now all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Gil and Anand. Thank you for inviting me to speak this morning about visual erasure and the rise of advocacy. Today, I will argue that the British visual landscape of the last century has been a largely monocultural perspective, and that events of recent years have shown the vital urgency of historically marginalized and undervisualized groups taking the means of their representation into their own hands. I will also highlight a few practitioners with ties to the Midlands who are leading the way. I'd like to frame this talk with the following two quotes. Cultures do not exist outside of how they are represented. And it is a radical provocation to see blackness differently, and in so doing, to create a path to living blackness differently, not in the future, but now. The first quote from Professor Stuart Hall goes some way to defining the term visual erasure that I have used here. This term describes the state of non-white people and their cultures have been historically subject to in Britain, where their lives and their concerns have not received mainstream consideration or representation in visual culture. On the occasions where these people are seen, it has been historically through a lens mediated by the white gaze for the consumption of a white audience. Thus, the validity of existence of these people and their cultures has been effectively erased in the British consciousness. While I refer mainly to the people of the African diaspora in this talk, this idea is equally applicable to all cultures that were subject to British colonial rule in the 19th and 20th centuries, many of whom strove for independence after the Second World War. The British colonial gaze required the depiction of its non-white subjects as compliant subalterns, possibly savage in disposition, but certainly in need of the advancements and refinements that could only be provided by the benevolent hand of British rule. Colonized people were not depicted as having an inner life or being capable of the full range of human experience. As these subjects were almost always considered from a position of implied superiority, their immediate needs or the circumstances of their existence within their own cultural context were not considered relevant components of their display. This opaque public perception, crafted over many years, helped facilitate their use as functional units, whose utility was simply to serve the needs of a white British society and enrich the motherland. The colonizer routinely plundered artifacts and material wealth for the benefit of the British and decimated the unique indigenous traces of culture, personhood, and identity. This progressive erasure occurred alongside a simultaneous process of othering, which served to justify the various horrific practices that were employed to subjugate entire nations and peoples and to maintain a tight grip of their wealth and systems of governance. Defined as other, it was much easier to rationalize these people being treated differently and their being deprived of rights that were afforded as a matter of course to those at home. The establishment understood very well the power of images to support their objectives. During the Second World War, when the need arose to boost fighting ranks with colonial subjects, the British Ministry of Information created more welcoming and inclusive imaging to support this recruitment effort. The defeat of the overtly racist Nazi regime made it increasingly untenable for colonialism to continue unchanged, dependent as this system also was on the subjugation and elimination of subaltern races. Thus, the immediate post-war period was one of political upheaval and rising anti-colonial sentiment, as people demanded the equality that was enshrined in the newly formed United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. The process then of managing this period of transition from ruling by force to an increased reliance on soft power, while ensuring that the appearance of dominance was maintained, required careful control of the visual diet of the nation. Preservation of a white visual monoculture conserved the sense of a national identity that had been built on a belief in its inherent superiority for centuries. Despite the slow decline of empire and the social changes occurring in post-war Britain, including the influx of overseas migrants, there remained little appetite to consider anything other than an exclusive representation of the white gaze. The history of British photography mirrors that of British culture more generally, with its canonical practitioners being largely male and white. Any list of significant British photographers of the last 70 years or so will no doubt include names such as Bill Brandt, Cecil Beaton, David Bailey, John Bulmer, Martin Parr, and Don McCullin. These practitioners have shaped the way Britain sees itself as a nation, have been enshrined as keepers of British photographic tradition, and have codified the parameters of British photographic practice. This 2017 BBC documentary, offered a sweeping survey of British photographic history since the 19th century. It was notable for its focus on the exploits of these white male practitioners and the work they produced. This series reiterated the point that the British photographic gaze has been a monocultural one, reflecting the lives and concerns of middle and upper class white Britons almost exclusively. From this viewpoint, even working class white Britons have been at times considered almost curious creatures, subject to othering in their depiction by these practitioners. The persistent othering of non-white subjects in British visual culture has had negative consequences, fomenting division between members of the dominant culture and those communities who have been historically under or misrepresented by the Eurocentric gaze. The social tensions of the 1970s and 80s were partially fueled by the mainstream depiction of non-white groups, particularly black youths, as a dangerous threat to white society. In response, an increased desire to counter the dominance of this monocultural monopoly on photography saw new voices emerge. Voices including Pogus Caesar and Vanley Burke, to name two practitioners who were closely associated with the Midlands, made photographic work that reflected the lives and concerns of black communities, challenging the dominant discourses of the medium. Caesar, Burke, and others like Maxine Walker were reclaiming the power of their presentation, forcing the viewer into a new awareness of the lives of the other. This work made visible the lives and struggles of these communities for the first time, and invited the viewer to identify their concerns, reiterating that in order to change the perception of a group, first they have to be shown and seen in a new light. Placing authorship in the hands of previously underrepresented groups challenged the accepted order of British photography and hinted at a change in the balance of power between photographer and subject. The Handsworth Self-Portrait Project in 1979 provided an early example of British practitioners wrestling with this question of authorship and choosing to cede control to their subjects to decide how they wish to be seen. To counter systematic erasure, it's clear then that one must have the means to be seen and the authority over how exactly you are displayed. As the British art and photographic industrial complex is controlled by a small group of gatekeepers who hold the power to determine what version of diversity the viewing public gets to see, this remains problematic. As seen most recently since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and perhaps most strikingly following the murder of George Floyd, in an act that was seen by millions of people only thanks to images captured by Darnella Frazier, the power to tell their own story is one that traditionally marginalized communities are now less willing to concede to others. With the almost universal ownership of cameras and the readily accessible nature of social media platforms, it is now much easier to directly control both how you are represented and who sees you. Both the pandemic, with its disproportionate impact on minority ethnic communities, and the murder of George Floyd demonstrated the consequences of systemic racism and intentional othering of non-white people. The strength of feeling unleashed in response to these events reflected the vast reach of the impact of their underlying causes and the power that an image can have. Without the witnessing of Floyd's murder, there would have been nothing to counteract the false narrative and nothing to fuel the imagination of those who demanded a reconfiguration of the oppressive structures that made this act possible. With a new clarity arising from these events, historically marginalized groups now refuse to accept being misrepresented or othered. They would use whatever means they had to present themselves directly, bypassing the systems that had repeatedly ignored them or failed to honor the responsibility to tell their stories. It was now obvious that genuine efforts to platform practitioners from traditionally marginalized groups needed to be made, and the institutional response to this imperative took various forms. New organizations arose, including ReFramed, run by non-white practitioners and prioritizing the telling of stories from their own communities. Other organizations posted black squares on their social media accounts and kept it moving. But even by participating in this token act, these organizations proved the point that an idea arising directly from an affected minority community could generate worldwide engagement without the assistance of a traditional cultural platform. Over the last 2 years, the traditional photographic institutions, publishers, museums, and others have wrestled with how to resolve this within their own organizations. While the pace of change is slow, and the urgency of 2020 may have subsided, it remains incumbent upon us to bring light to the stories of our own communities. I'd now like to briefly touch on 4 local artists who have been doing just that in recent years. Firstly, it seems right to begin with one of the godfathers, Van Lee Burke, who over decades has documented the Black community in Birmingham, preserving the history of their presence within this space. He continues to sympathetically portray his subjects as whole, fully realised people, and his work is currently on show at Soho House. Jaska Daliwal-Bura told the stories of how local people were affected during the COVID-19 pandemic in her work, Birmingham Lockdown Stories. She also produced work celebrating local communities and sport, exploring the role of gender and ethnicity, which was presented as part of Birmingham 2022 Festival. Jermaine Francis is a Birmingham-born practitioner whose work, A Storied Ground, seeks to challenge the perceived relationship of Black people to the English landscape and the implicit associations with nationalism and colonialism that such pastoral imagery usually carries. His work is currently on show at Gallery PCP in Paris. Finally, Mariam Wahid has made her mark creating work that investigates the experiences of the South Asian diaspora, particularly around the experience of migration and identity. She has spoken of the lack of representation of the Pakistani community in the arts in Britain and how she seeks to help create cultural understanding between communities through her work. To close then, I'd like to begin with this quote from Tina. I'd like to go back to where we began with this quote from Tina Campt. It is a radical provocation to see Blackness differently, and in so doing to create a path to living Blackness differently, not in the future, but now. For things to be different, they have to be seen. In visualizing our lives in the multiplicity of ways in which they are lived, both individually and in community, we can begin to slowly redress the simplistic, stereotypical, and uninformed portrayals of marginalized and minority cultures, and thus create a path to living differently. This requires a willingness to be radical, to effect fundamental change in the means of representation, and to consider that traditional platforms may no longer be best suited to giving a voice to your concerns. Being able to speak for oneself within the limits set by disinterested gatekeepers is one thing. However, moving beyond those boundaries to redefine one's own terms of reference may be the next step of truly meaningful self-representation and advocacy. If you are able to invoke new awareness and challenge the viewer to reconsider their position, unpacking the errors of entrenched perception through your work, you will be on the way to truly effective advocacy. It may mean conceding that you are not best placed to tell someone else's story, and that the best thing you can do is to empower them to tell it themselves. I would urge you to reflect on what advocacy would mean for you in your own practice. Thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you very much, Justin, for an excellent talk to open our event. I would now like to invite our second speaker for this panel, Kamal Badeh. Kamal is an educator, researcher, and photographer from New York with an MA in Photography and Urban Cultures, awarded by Goldsmiths, University of London. She is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Brighton, working with the Midlands-based Apna Heritage Archive and the Punjabi Workers Collection. Kamal's work centers on slow forms of storytelling and unpacking complex personal narratives with family objects, photos, and stories. Kamal's talk today is titled Image-Making Practices of Migrant and Diaspora Communities in the Midlands, Expanding the Canon. Thank you very much, Kamal, for your contribution to the event. The screen is now all yours.
Thank you. Oh, wonderful. Hi, my name is Kamal Badeh. I'm really happy that Justin actually went first. We have a lot of similar crossover, so that's great. So I'm a researcher on the Apna Heritage Archive and Punjabi Workers Collection, as well as an educator from New York. So as I was planning this talk with Anand and Gil, I gave myself the task of looking for diasporic photographers and archives from the Midlands that were redefining the canon of British photography through their work. The geographic spread was vast, and as I pulled out maps and I was learning about the distinctiveness of local cultures, histories, and work, I realized the breadth of the region. and it was very big. For this reason, I will mostly focus on exhibitions and artists I encountered through conversations with roots in the West Midlands. Though in this slide, you'll see some of the artists I got to discover along the way, I want to thank all the people that helped this New Yorker open her eyes to a bigger transnational world through these works of everyday photos and those of artists. So I want to start this talk by thinking about my own position doing this work and thinking through ideas of diaspora. So my connection to Britain counts back to 5 generations where on my mother's side, my great-great-grandfather started a jewelry shop in a bazaar that was also a British military cantonment, originally made for the shopping needs of British soldiers. Growing up in the States, my mother couldn't always sleep, but when she slept, she would dream in India. Her body was in the States, but her subconscious was in India. It is through our late night kitchen table conversations I started to travel to India and think through ideas around diaspora and family. So when I formally was learning about diaspora in school, I always looked to the writer Anand Chhabra. Her words resonated with me because she thinks of diaspora as a process, inclusive of our psychic selves, always bringing me back to my mother and her restless sleep. In her words, she states, "The question is not simply about who travels, but when, how, and under what circumstances. What socioeconomic, political, and cultural conditions mark the trajectories of these journeys? What regimes of power inscribe the formation of a specific diaspora?" Thinking expansively about diaspora, I would like to share with you artists and archives that I had the opportunity to encounter. It is through our conversations or through research that I've been able to be moved by their diasporic stories, seeing similarities, differences, and nuances across time and space. So the first artist that I want to share is Andrew Jackson. So a lot of this is based on conversations that I had with people. And Andrew's family is of Jamaican heritage, and he grew up in Dudley. His work, From Whence We Came, is one of a trilogy that looks at intergenerational psychological effects of migration between Jamaica and the UK and their descendants. I found this quote really interesting that he has in the beginning of his work. It says, "Goodbye, Mrs. Queen, as my dad would call her. My mother had a scrapbook of pictures of you as a princess, and the dream of seeing the trooping of color at the palace took her across the sea to England. But Mrs. Queen, you were only ever an empty vessel which your subjects painted, projected, or cast their own thoughts on. You were only ever a dream of our own making, that one awakens from to find was never real. It's odd that some can cry for strangers they never knew, crying at the gates of their palaces, whilst others struggle to find tears for those they loved." So when I was talking with Andrew about his experiences in Dudley, he stated that it might be different from, say, someone from Birmingham. And it reminded me that the narratives of photographers from diasporas are each nuanced, and where their family might have arrived shaped their circumstances. In this photograph of Andrew's mother, who has now passed away, I see the image of her, it's blurred, and it's like a dream. So it brought me back to even just this idea of dreams and reality. And it's destabilizing our vision. I wonder about her footing in her room in Dudley in the United Kingdom, and if she could place her feet onto this ground. So when I use Andrew's work as an entry point to the visual particularities of the diaspora, I'm sharing it from the perspective of a learner because I'm not from the Midlands. And so when I was talking to artists from this area, I had questions around the area's misrepresentation and underrepresentation in the national narrative. So I looked at various works of photographers that are engaging in radical acts of self-representation, carving out a place for themselves. And so I looked at different examples. When I spoke to Darren Newberry, who's my supervisor, he told me to look at 10/8, a magazine. And as I was looking through there, I found Maxine Walker's work. And so she's a Handsworth-based artist who was active in the Black British movement, especially from 1985 to 1997. So in that magazine, she writes about creating her own magazine with other Black women called Polarise. She speaks of the necessity to create a space that had the aim of creating room for discussions about a range of styles and practices. Ultimately, then, Polarise is concerned that Black women's contribution to photographic practice be recognized and further validated. So this radical act of self-representation is further emphasized through Walker's work. And so this work was also exhibited at Autograph, and much later from when it was created, you know, thinking about the legacies of artists of the diaspora. Curator Mariana Atta says, Walker's assertiveness is not in defining a new way of seeing, but in reminding us that we are in charge of seeing ourselves. So you'll see definitely some crossover between mine and Justin's talk. So this was, you know, I'm not going to go too into it because Justin also mentioned it. But what I was interested as I was flipping through 10/8 magazine is that this was how when I folded it out, this is how the Handsworth portraits were in the magazine. And it came, you could almost like put it on your wall. And I found it to be very beautiful. So I unfolded this magazine, seeing a row of images, looking at basically the community who came from all walks of life. There were different races, different cultures. And there was a long article accompanying the images. And then the first part of the article was talking about actually how an official came from the US and said that that England was very racist. And so a lot of the article is basically talking about you know, advocacy of the neighborhood, for the neighborhood. And so they were talking about different social issues in the neighborhood, but spending more time explaining the causes. So including job loss and misplaced blame on immigrants in the community. So I think in addition, this folds out in these images in their simplicity and just becomes a radical act of self-presentation, because it's really the people that are deciding when to close the shutter, when to take their picture, how to gesture themselves, and how to even, you know, show their bodies. So that's this work. And after, on my journey, as I'm trying to discover, I also end up going to the Birmingham Art Gallery, and I go with my friend Mandeep, who's actually from Birmingham and is of South Asian ancestry. We both leave there. She went there before. We both leave there pretty much crying after seeing this work, which is by Mukhtar Dar, and it's about the South Asian youth movement. And so Mukhtar Dar was a leader of the South Asian youth movement that spanned Britain, but he started the chapter that was in Sheffield. So Dar's work in art changed the representation when he was confronted with racism. He said, I was coming out of the art college with books about Van Gogh and Picasso that I checked out in the library. A van came up to him and shouted a slur. At first, I thought there were only 2 or 3 of them at the front, but the whole van was full of racist thugs with iron bars and baseball bats. So this image, when I looked at it, haunted me. When I first looked at the gallery, the long corridor invited me into the scene. And I really questioned who that person was at the end of the corridor with that swastika next to them. And I realized that when looking closely, that it was an image of sorry, his name is Sultan Din, who is actually a member of the movement. And that act of defiance is one of self-defense rather than aggression. So the rest of the exhibit shares lots of posters and his graphic design. So this also is, I consider, a radical act of self-representation. So next, what I'm going to do is go through some of exhibits that I went to and how artists are actually using exhibition to also carve out space and think about their own work. And so I looked at a variety of artists, and they were Vanley Burke, Jaskir Taliwal Bora, and Anand Chhabra. And so all 3 of these artists are exhibiting in different exhibition space, Soho House, a park in Bearwood, and also digitally. And so I was very interested when I got to go see Vanley's exhibition, was that the way he used newspapers in the back. So if you look through, he has his images here with newspapers in the back. And you'll see basically different stories on this slide. And so when we talked to Vanley, we got to talk to, me and Mandeep got to talk to Vanley, and he said he chose to use repetitive newspaper articles in the back of his work. And he said that the articles, they had like repetitive categories. They were constantly repeating themselves in the media in the way that they depicted the Black community. So they were the background to their lives, actually. So just hearing this narrative in loop, in circles, repeating itself. So he actually sees himself as a documentarian, not a journalist, but I asked him if he saw himself as a journalist, and he said a documentarian, because he said he was documenting them because what he was seeing in his life was different from what they were reading, what he was reading in the paper. So it was the actual images of people's everyday lives. And you saw his images in Justin's presentation as well. The next artist that's actually using exhibition also in a really innovative way is Jaskirt. And so she has this project, Midi di Kushbu, the smell of the land. And I got to speak to her as well about her work. And so this work is really looking at her family. And so she said, in generations to come, I want the memories and sacrifices of our elders to be treasured and understood. The future generations come to understand the importance of migration and the sacrifices the first of our family made for us, to how the life we live now. It is the story of our elder generations being born in India but migrating to England, the hard work that they put in here to make our life for their families that I want to treasure. My mom working in sewing factories and my dad as a taxi driver before owning a corner shop newsagent, which they still run to this day, sorry. So this project is actually, her mom is actually, she just sat with her mom and she's actually writing her narrative. So she tells the whole story of migration. She tells partially the story of partition. She tells the story of coming to this country, of people who've passed, how people lived, of her childhood. So it is really this act, you know, of, you know, intergenerational storytelling and passing on to multiple generations these stories. And so in addition, Jaskirt also, she has the archival photo of her mom's school photo as well. And I just want to take note in terms of, she decided to put this in Bearwood where she grew up in a park because she knew that her family would come here. So in this way, this is a way that she took on the agency to carve out space in her community as this radical act of self-representation by instead of going into the white cube, knowing that, you know, to be relevant to her family, to put it in her community. And last, I'm going to share the work of Anand Chhabra. So this is on the BCVA website. So Anand, he took these pictures in 1992 of the factory and where his family and community work. So Anand, I'm working closely with him. And so he has collected 2,000 photos of his community, family photos, but he's also a practitioner himself. So just thinking of the idea of being both a photographer and a practitioner, Anand is photographing different people in the factory. You know, this is I think his mother. And then this one, he also talks about a woman, and he, in quotes, he says, I mean, in parentheses, he says auntie. So I think what you see in his work is also the affinity of the people that are working within the factory. And I think it's also an act of radical self-representation, because he is the photographer, he is the practitioner, but he's also the archivist. And he is highlighting really the images that he wants to represent through his edit, through these red lines. And so through this act of self-representation, and me also as a person in the diaspora, I feel like I'm a learner, but I'm also being impacted by this work. I'm being impacted by this work that I find in the Midlands, because I think that it's a legacy of work from this diaspora throughout time and space, and it's definitely expanding my vision. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamal, for another wonderful talk. There are many, many overlaps, as you mentioned, with Justin's talk as well. I start having some questions in mind, having watched both talks. I hope members of the public, those of you viewing the event beyond behind the screen. I hope that you start formulating some questions as well. Just to remind you, we are going to have a Q&A session, questions and answers, just after the panel, after the final talk. And please, if you have logged to your Google or YouTube account, please make sure that you share with us some of your questions or comments. I will make every effort possible to bring your questions to the attention of the panelists at the end of this panel. And of course, we will make every effort possible to discuss your comments as well. So thank you, Kamal. The panel's third speaker is Lydia Caston. Lydia is exhibitions project curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. She joined the museum in 2018 to work on fashion photography projects and was the assistant curator of Tim Walker Wonderful Things, which was displayed at the Victoria and Albert Museum between September 2019 and March 2020. Her recent publications include Yellow, which was published in the V&A Book of Color in Design 2020, and she also published recently 2 essay contributions for Another Country, British Documentary Photography Since 1945, a book that was published in 2022. Lydia's talk today is titled Revisiting Staying Power, a case study on collaborative collecting. Thank you very much, Lydia, for being with us today. The screen is now all yours.
Thank you, Gil, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to today's symposium. It's great to hear from both Justin and Kamal, and I think there might be a few other parallels and artists that we have in common in our presentations. I'm going to talk to you a bit about a project that started back in 2007 between the V&A and the Black Cultural Archives on called Staying Power, Photographs of Black British Experience, 1950s to 1990s. But full disclosure, this project actually started before I joined the museum. So I'm really grateful to some of my colleagues who I've spoken to this week, Janet Brown and Marta Weiss, for discussing with me and reflecting on the project, but also to colleagues at the Black Cultural Archives who worked on the project. So I'll begin by giving you a bit of an overview of the collecting project and some of the photographs acquired, before digging deeper into the museum's current collaborative approaches to collecting and taking a critical look on this, and then thinking about the project's challenges and ongoing legacy, and the V&A's current collecting policies and projects. So Staying Power was launched in around 2007 and was a 7-year collaboration between the Black Cultural Archives and the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, both organisations based in London. And the aim was to raise awareness of the contribution of Black Britons in British culture and society, as well as to the art of photography, through a joint acquisitions programme and public programme. So on screen here, I've put in the original terms of reference for the project that was set out early on. But of course, like any project, a lot of these terms change, a few of the deadlines changed, the number of acquisitions changed, but the primary objectives really remained the same. And that was to acquire photographs reflecting Black British identity from 1950s to 1990s for the V&A's collection, create an oral history strand, and this was led by the BCVA, the Black Cultural Archives, deliver a public programme, and organise an exhibition at both venues, and maintain an ongoing partnership between the V&A and BCVA, as well as producing a project webpage, which lives on the V&A page at the moment, with oral histories and interviews with artists. So the project was funded by the Heritage Lottery Fund, and allowed the V&A to, in the end, acquire 118 works by 17 different artists taken by Black photographers, all which documented the lives of Black people in Britain. And the list of artists includes, and I'm just going to run through a couple of them here, Raphael Albert, so these pictures from Black beauty pageants, as well as Jenny Baptiste, pictured here, the Ghanaian photographer James Barner, and both pictures taken from his studio in Accra, the Ava Young studio, as well as pictures taken in the 1960s when he moved to London. Armit Francis, and these photographs taken in Brixton Market in Relton Road for 19 magazine. Charlie Phillips and his photographs of the Black community in Notting Hill, but also photographers like Al Vandenberg. And it's important to note that Al Vandenberg is a white photographer, but the BCA and V&A felt it was important to acquire this work as they document portraits of city life and people living in London in the 1970s and 80s, and really speak to the relationship the photographer built with the people he encountered. We also collected photographs by Normski, pictured here, Yinka Shonabari's Diary of a Victorian Dandy, and Ingrid Pollard from the series Self-Evident. But also some of the photographers you also mentioned today, Maxine Walker, Poga Caesar, as well as Colin Jones, Dennis Morris, and Sid Shelton. So the project culminated with a photography exhibition at both areas, and I've got some pictures of the V&A exhibition, which is in 2015, which kind of closed the project. And I've got a few more installation shots as well. And as mentioned, to complement the photographs, the Black Cultural Archives conducted interviews and collected oral histories from some of the photographers, their relatives, and the people depicted in the images. And these are some of the snippets are on the V&A website, but the Black Cultural Archives actually holds these interviews in their archive. It's just another installation shot here. We can see Maxine Walker's work on the left. So the project was intended from the beginning to be completely collaborative, and it was supposed to be collaborative in its nature, with teams working across both the BCA and the V&A. Both Janet Brown, now Senior Producer in Audience Development, and Marta Weiss, Senior Curator in Photography, led from the V&A side, and they worked closely with Dr. Kimberly Keith, who was then at the Black Cultural Archives as a curator and now a trustee on the board of the BCA. And they worked together with a project team to initiate the acquisitions programme, the public programme, and provide the context and narrative building for the funding bid and acquire the works that I have just listed. So early on in the project, there was also an advisory board that was set up, which was led by Paul Reed, then the director of the Black Cultural Archives, and composed of a select group of advisors, including Paul Gilroy, Mark Seeley, and Jacqueline Springer. They set out the terms of reference for the project that I just showed before, and the aim was to assist the project team, firstly in defining for collection purposes what Black British identity was, to help identify specific themes to be reflected in the collection, suggest potential artists and or specific works for consideration, advise on appropriate learning and public participation activities, and any interpretation issues that came up. And of course, to work with the project team to think of which photographs and objects acquired fit with V&A collection criteria, and I'll talk about that in more detail later. The range of subjects found in the photographs mirrored the broad themes found within the Black Cultural Archives collection, such as education, activism, and campaigns. And for Kimberly Keith, and I quote here, it was important to reflect upon this history by engaging with the objective and subjective content of the photographs to help us navigate through our contemporary experiences in an, in brackets, arguably and questionably post-racial society. During this reflection, it is my hope that viewers will gain additional insight into Black British history and become familiar with photographers who have expanded on notions of creativity and representation. End quote. So at the V&A today, staying power has become somewhat of a project that's often returned to and referenced as an example of collaborative collecting across two institutions. But it's important to bear in mind that these two institutions were very different, still are, and work in very different contexts and frameworks. The Black Cultural Archives is an independent, national registered charity with the mission to collect, preserve, and celebrate the histories of people of African and Caribbean descent in the UK, and to quote from their website, to inspire and give strength to individual communities and society. The V&A is a National Museum of Art, Design and Performance, and it had an existing photography collection, whilst the Black Cultural Archives also had their archive as well. And the V&A is primarily materials-based museum, so it really takes on this materials-first approach, and this is reflected in some of our department names. Whilst the BCA in many ways is community-driven and has expertise in celebrating lived experience and oral histories. So it's important to note these differences whilst thinking about collaborative collecting and collaborative projects. This week, I spent a bit of time speaking to Janet Brown at the V&A, and I'm really grateful to her again to reflect on the projects kind of 7 years on. And Janet was instrumental to, sorry, my slides have slightly shifted here. That says public programme. Was instrumental in developing the public programme and events for the project. And it took place throughout the 7 years and was tailored to various audiences, including young people, families, and adults, and a few school events. So the BCA held DJ sets, there was music and choirs at the V&A and the BCA. Janet also gave a talk that you can see pictured here with a panel of photography curators at the National Portrait Gallery. There was also a 2-day conference. One day was at the V&A and the other was at Lambeth Town Hall, just opposite the Black Cultural Archives, and invited speakers to reflect on and discuss themes of identity and experience in photography. Speaking to Janet this week was immensely helpful to reflect on collaborative collecting, but she mentioned, unsurprisingly, collaboration always comes with a set of challenges, and adapting to each institution's approaches to collecting photography was essential to fulfill the objectives of the project over such a long period of time. Collaborative ways of working were not a new thing in the heritage sector, but this project certainly changed the way the V&A approaches this and still offers a framework to return to and reflect on both its positive outcomes and challenges. As mentioned, staying power is often referenced in the museum as an example of a successful collaboration with a very public end product such as an exhibition and a public programme. However, the danger of frequently referring to projects as good practice raises concern that the museum has kind of played its part, that we have improved our holdings and would not need to devote particular attention to continuing to acquire photography in this area. Like many fixed-term collecting projects, there is the concern that this becomes a tick box exercise. There is still, of course, much work to do to continue acquiring photographs by Black British artists and representing Black British experiences in the photography collection. So today we imagine the project would have been done in quite a different way, as we've changed the way we approach collaboration, but also how we collect and share lived experience. I have to say a lot of this work comes from our brilliant learning and audience teams. Now we often work with a co-design and co-curation approach, which you can see here. It's a participatory approach to developing projects where target audiences, in a similar way to focus groups who have a significant stake in the content, are invited to collaborate in the development process. The idea is that they're not simply consulted as part of a development process, but become active creative collaborators, and that it's a kind of a two-way knowledge exchange, a responsive practice. So we've done this through our photography centre, but also on the left here you can see an example of Young V&A, formerly the Museum of Childhood, working with school children from a local school in East London, and our V&A Africa Fashion Exhibition. This is a group of 16 to 24-year-olds who have a relationship with Africa and fashion and who are identified as African or of the African diaspora. And these aren't necessarily examples of collecting projects, but the groups have been instrumental in how we think about displays and interpret our collection objects and highlight lived experience. And staying power as a project certainly impacted how we think about co-design and collaboration going forward. But to reflect on community engagement and collaborative collecting in museums, I feel like these are often suggested as a solution to many issues and questions related to equality, diversity, and inclusion. But the aftermath and how we deal with the legacies of these projects are equally as important. Good, and again in quotation marks, and sustainable community engagement and collaborative practices start long before anyone walks in the museum door and needs to continue sustainably after the events end. Upon reflection and speaking with Janet, helpful questions for collaborative projects involve thinking about how we can create spaces, programmes and content that are relevant and welcoming outside of set events and exhibitions and collecting, to truly build relationships with different groups and perhaps not just using collaborators as consultants. We need to ask how we can ensure groups are heard and valued, what we can do to be relevant to different groups, recognising trauma, experience, othering, and power dynamics that may exist, how to build trust, and who the museum is responsible for carrying out this work. In the case of staying power, how do we not only maintain sustainable and meaningful relationships with institutions such as BCA, but also the artists whose work we've collected and the communities we engage with throughout the 7-year project? This is the paperwork part of the talk, but the acquisition programme at the V&A is generally built and developed in relation to our collecting policy, and this is an example of our collections development policy from 2019. The collecting staying power was no different to this and emerged from our collecting cultures strand, but the documentation and the paperwork was very different, and the statement that we had on collecting was quite different in 2009. There was a focus on emerging British photographers and Black British photography as a priority. But today it has a separate collecting policy with its own framework and challenges and limitations. Our current policy, which is available on the public programme, on the public website, if you're interested in going through this 50-page report, and it's renewed every 5 years. So this one is actually from 2019, so isn't technically due for renewal until 2024. But changes are being implemented in advance to reflect requested changes by curatorial departments and staff groups, and not least to reflect the recent changes to our departmental names and restructured curatorial departments. The policy details each collection's collecting strategy, and photography, which I have a quote from here, is designed to tell a balanced chronological history of photography. There's mention that the history of photography is traditionally centred around Western Europe and the United States in museums, and as a consequence, this is reflected in our photography collection. The report also states that we remain keen to diversify our holdings to reflect a broad range of important cultural and political issues. However, we really have stressed that we wanted, and the museum has stressed that we wanted to rephrase this collecting policy. And revisiting this in 2019 is from the document from 2019 is something that's been felt across the museum sector in the UK, as we're now working in a very different context from when this was first drafted. So in 2020, following the Black Lives Matter movement, museums in the UK launched their initiatives, and to quote the Museum Association website, museums launched their initiative to take responsibility for ending racism in the heritage sector and acknowledging their museums' racist and colonial pasts. They proposed to bring the V&A's Anti-Racism Task Force was launched and proposed a series of recommendations, particularly addressing collections. They proposed to bring forward amendments to the current collecting policy from 2019 and address limitations. They questioned how the V&A approaches collecting from outside the areas of geographical responsibility, in broad quotation marks as well, that we have dedicated departments and curatorial staff for. The updated collecting policy will also emphasise the museum's ambitions of focusing on African and African diaspora artists and newly created curatorial roles dedicated to this part of the collection. So this is just a slide showing 3 new roles that were created recently in the museum: senior curator, curator, and assistant curator, all focusing on collecting works from Africa and the African diaspora across different departments, so fashion, textiles, performance, and prints, drawings, and designs. However, it's important to acknowledge the pressure placed on these newly created roles. Acquisitions from these regions cannot be their responsibility alone, and efforts must be made across the collections. Diversifying our collections on all levels is the collective responsibility of curatorial departments and, more broadly, everyone across the museum. The new upcoming collecting policy paper takes the approach that being inclusive in our collecting practices should be embedded into our core work in building the collections. So this, in theory, is what I hope many of us will be doing proactively in the museum, but whilst pushing for in our proposals for acquisitions. But to link back to the case study of Staying Power project, I think it's important to note that projects that identify obvious gaps within the collection are helpful tools to build targeted areas of collection, especially when they are backed by funding, and funding being the key word here, of course, with projects such as this one that may not have been able to go forward due to the lack of financial backing. So although Staying Power project officially closed with the exhibition back in 2015, it still holds an important place in the museum. There's often renewed and constant interest in displaying these objects, especially with colleagues at V&A East, but also Young V&A, and across various photography displays. And we've recently acquired work from some of the artists we originally acquired work from, such as James Barner. Our Prints and Drawing Study Room, pictured here, which is open to the public, houses these photographs in our collection selection boxes, which are readily available to the public to browse, and Staying Power are kind of some of the most popular ones that get requested a lot. Additionally, tomorrow, Friday, 20th of October, we will hold a Friday Late event curated by the photographer Tyler Mitchell. And Staying Power will again take centre stage in one of the installations in an intimate display of images on a slideshow with audio from the original oral histories playing aloud. There'll also be the photographer Jenny Batiste giving a talk in the museum. So through ongoing acquisitions and various events, Staying Power remains a project that we constantly return to. As the museum continues to grow its photography collection, Staying Power still offers a significant framework on collaborative collecting and curating displays and exhibitions. Its challenges have become part of its legacies too, allowing us to improve and, of course, question some of the areas that were particularly complex. So in this paper today, I hope will add to some of the ongoing discussions of the project 7 years on, and open up some conversations again today as another opportunity to reflect on the collaborative nature of the project and some of its challenges and limitations. So I hope that that's something we can pick up on if there are any questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia, for your really rich talk and very informative talk, offering some insights into institutional perspectives. This is, of course, very important for our discussion, and even more so in the context of the Victoria and Albert Museum, which holds the largest photographic collection in the UK and perhaps even in the world. So thank you very much. Hopefully we're going to have some interesting questions later on. We are now moving to the panel's fourth and final speaker. This is Germaine Francis. Germaine is a London-based photographer and writer. His work explores the physical and psychological negotiation of everyday spaces, acting as a stimulus for an investigation of gender, race, and class. It has been exhibited at various venues worldwide, including the International Centre of Photography in New York and at the National Portrait Gallery in London. He recently published 2 books of his work, Something That Seems So Familiar Becomes Distant of 2020, and Rhythms from the Metroplex of 2021. Germain's talk today is titled A Post-Industrial Daydream. Thank you very much, Germain, for being with us today. The screen is now all yours. Germain, I'm afraid that you are on mute, so if you can unmute yourself and start all over again. We haven't heard anything just yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Gil. Thanks for inviting me to give this talk. The title that is up is A Post-Industrial Daydream, Tales by the Children of the Multicultural Diaspora. And it's a mixture of 2 things. And the actual Post-Industrial Daydream is the title of the book, but also it's a conduit like this talk today to have an opportunity to have a wider dialogue, maybe even to help we, the children of immigrants, to try and understand the complicated relationship we've had living in a country that we were born in, but at times made to feel we do not actually belong. And it's also an opportunity to talk about how photography can be used to explore these narratives possibly and the nuanced relationships and issues of race, class, of belonging, such issues and feelings as, for example, W.E. Du Bois phrased, a feeling of double consciousness. The stories from the Midlands have been part of shaping the political cultural discourse of Britain and specifically England. And there's particular spirits which reverberate from the past still today, to quote another popular phrase, which is used quite a lot at the moment by Jacques Derrida, hauntology. My talk today is looking at this representation and invisibility of minorities or people from the multicultural diaspora in working class representations. And working classes have been presented in a prism of a white indigenous demographic, and minorities are placed as the alien outsider, and when in fact minorities are part of the working classes. And I wanted to talk about how some photographers are disrupting that kind of position. In many ways, politically, minorities have been placed in a narrative as parasites and contributing factor to the demise of the fortunes of the white working classes. And it has been used as a tool in wider institutions and discourses and political sort of nefarious means. I want to make a note also that the photography alone cannot change these perspectives, but can be an aid and a tool in a wider discourse of institutions such as museums, education, popular culture, to reshape a history and a perception of minorities in this country. I wanted to look at 3 practitioners who I feel are working in a contemporary way between documentary and new strategies are very contemporary. I'd like to add that we're all following in the footsteps of Poga Sees, of Vanley Burke, and people who came here before. And I think Justin, crossed over and spoke about the history of that stuff. So he's made my life a little bit easier here. So thank you, Justin. But it's also about this perception of working class demographics. Kieran Malik's guarding article, Working Class versus Minorities, that's looking at it in the wrong way, in 29 said, minorities have come to be identified and to identify themselves in terms of race, ethnicity, or community. Class categorizes these days are applied primarily to a white population. Class distinctions have become racialized. And that's a really important factor to look at, basically class in terms of race. As Justine touched on before about how, and that refers to Mark Seeley's essay, Violence of the Image, from Decolonize the Camera, Photography in a Racial Time. There's always been an instability of visual representation of minorities and immigrants. It's been malleable and it's been dictated by agendas of political administrations. Minorities have been presented as infantile and inferior, when needed full of potential, and then returning back equally to the status quo before. So I wanted to look at how these 3 photographers, example, are placing a different kind of representation of people from the multicultural diaspora. When we talk about Stuart Hall, which Justin referred to, about what he says about representation is a process which members of a culture use language to produce meaning. And, these meanings are not fixed or real. They are produced and defined by society. So I'm going to start with Andrew Jackson, who was mentioned before. Andrew Jackson made a project called The Promised City. And it tells a story of a housing crisis taking place in Birmingham. Not unique to Birmingham, it's reflected in many other cities across the country, and a relocation of people and fracturing of communities. Now, the project documented the inhabitants at the time of a block, an estate that was supposedly about to be demolished, called the Barry Jackson Tower in Aston in Birmingham. Continued removal of social housing over decades, motivated by different political agendas. At this time, it was the sink estate was the phrase in reference to social housing, which was suggested as demonized by David Cameron. Jackson does something really important here. He includes people from different ethnic minorities in the conversation. And we see a range of people from various demographics experience the cumulative problems of the housing crisis, of economic insecurity and what it brings, destabilization, physical and psychological effects. The declining housing opportunities have been framed for many years as being solely detrimental to the white working class demographic, and has been created and caused by immigrants. By Jackson presenting the working class as a wider demographic, including people claimed to be part of the problem and being afflicted by the same issues as the people who are presented as the only victims, basically presents an interesting rupture, because what he says that all these people are victims of an ideological and political policy. The next photographer I'm going to refer to, who has been referred to before, I'm looking at archives locating the home in 2018. And these images presenting the archive, a family archive, I feel layered and a sophisticated presentation of a history of Marion's own upbringing. As Bindi Viora, artist and curator, autograph writes, the power of the family albums to unlock the past and empower representation in the present. Why does family albums do this in a wider context of work? We see this textured journey where it becomes a place of discovery, investigation, and education, a place for us to ground and help us to understand and how they may affect the present. The photographs placed on a backdrop of wallpaper, we see the private and the domestic becoming the public, a mixture of nostalgia and connoted memories. We see in this project how Worry disrupts and breaks this usual hegemonic representation of a British Pakistani family, which we've seen portrayed in many of our mainstream media outlets. Images which I recognise being a child of immigrants growing up in a working class area, ones I can connect with and reflect with. Those simple, various everyday experiences, sometimes mundane, sometimes family gatherings, images of your parents having fun, the family album full of history and nostalgia, the image of two young children from Southern Asian descent playing next to a winter backdrop of white snow, for me is a powerful image which refers to all I've mentioned before. So the next photographer is Kavi Pajara. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. This Golden Mile. it's a beautiful, tender, intimate portrayal and documentation of the legacy of the Indian migration to Leicester, and not just old, but also a new migrations. The depiction of the Golden Mile, a place which Kavi grew up around, but also a place he would leave to return to 30 years later. Like some of us whose formative years grew up under the overt racism in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we would leave the Midlands, some of us, and move to London. And as Kavi said, never looking back. For Pajara, this project was a process of reconnection with the community he would return to. The images in the Golden Mile present us themes of identity and belonging and what it means to be British in this working class area of Leicester. It is a dialogue about immigration, of reimagining one cultural identity in this context of an Asian identity, and re-articulate it within the conditions of England's legacy of empire. It is also important that the backdrop of these photographs were created during post-2016 and Brexit, where we saw a return of immigration presented as something as a danger to the monoculture and the values of Englishness, a set of ideological values of English nationalism. Well, I suggest Pajara presents us with a different dialogue. The next project is the project that I've created called a post-industrial daydream. And like Pajara, it's a reconnection and maybe a reconciliation with my relationship within the West Midlands and growing up in the Black Country. It's a visceral love letter, maybe more of an accurate description, a hallucinogenic, non-linear narrative presenting stories of the West Midlands, but help shape Britain through the eyes of a Black perspective of race, class. I also stress it's a Black perspective and not the perspective. And it's something that Justin mentioned before. You know, Andrew and I have both grown up in the Black Country, and our experiences will be slightly different to my cousin's experiences who grew up in Handsworth. And I feel this is very important to stress that there is not one singular Black experience. You know, this perspective, I feel, when we take this kind of perspective, it replicates the same binary readings that I'm suggesting that we're trying to unpack. The complexities of growing up in a Black country as a minority and how past still informs the present. In times, it reminds me of Derrida's The Spectre of Marx. It's not the ghost, but the spirit that he suggests returns to haunt us. It is for me, like Enoch Powell, the spirit of his ghost is still felt today. So for me, in order to reimagine and understand and why there's been this invisibility, say in photography and the arts, and one of these are outside culture, society, they're within these systems, we may have to unpack and understand and represent and reshape these structures to present alternative narratives. And these have to happen and be visible and seen within institutions. And that ends my presentation and talk. the whole point of, as I said before, is for us to try and find ways of talking and reimagining and talking about Black people within the working classes, and they're basically these. It's politically at the moment, as you can see in what we've been seeing recently. It's important that we start to move away from as this separation and something that understands a sort of togetherness in order to break these classic hegemonic positions that are always placed upon minorities.
Thank you very much, Jermaine, for your talk, and thank you to all our panel speakers. I would like to invite all our panel speakers to join the screen, and also Anand Chhabra to chair the session, the Q&A with me. So once again, thank you for your talks and also for keeping them to the time frame of 15 minutes, which I'm sure has been challenging considering the complex issues in question. I would like to encourage members of the public to post your questions for the panelists, but until we have some questions from the public, and hopefully we are going to have some, I have a couple of questions, and perhaps some of the panelists, you may, of course, pose your own questions to one another if something came up during the talks. I think in this panel, we mainly aspire to gain some clarity about the meaning of the term British photography. And listening to the talks, I was wondering whether in the context of 21st century, this is a question for all of you, by the way, so either can address it. I was wondering basically whether in the context of 21st century global society and in the context of our post-colonial world, by which I don't mean colonialism is over, but rather we are now in a world haunted by the influence of imperialism, by the legacies of colonialism. To what extent do you think one can or even attempt to define photographic practices with reference to national or any other political identities? I would like to take up this question. No one.
It's a tough question. I can't speak for what my opinion is first, but just from when you mentioned the kind of national understandings, it's interesting that a lot of the national museums are kind of seen as the gatekeepers of these photography collections, and when they become part of the collection, that's kind of, they're considered part of the national. I don't know. There's just something there that I'm wondering with those terms, if that's still how people view it as. Not merit, but yeah. Could you actually repeat the question? I'm not sure. Yeah, the actual.
I suppose what I'm alluding to is that there might be some kind of tension, because on the one hand, we are discussing ways to increase the visibility of the work of photographers of a particular social cultural background within the mainstream, as it were, of British culture. On the other hand, many of the projects that have been discussed so far, they're of course involving many other, some of which, not sure what happened to cameras. Okay, many other political identities. Now, of course, we can argue, probably rightly so, that many of those identities are integral to British society, and therefore all these practices are by default part of the maybe not necessarily the mainstream as such just yet, but part of the British cultural environment. And yet, at the same time, of course, the whole idea behind this event is that there is still marginalization of works happening. So it's not yet within the mainstream. It is not yet necessarily being perceived. And the question is, of course, who is looking, but it's not traditionally at the moment being perceived as integral to so-called British photography. So my question is really about where is the balance, to what extent photographers of the kind of social and cultural background that we've discussed during this panel, to what extent they should even strive to become defined as part of the British canon.
I mean, my answer, well, I don't know if I'm really answering the question from my own point of view, is you know, institutions also have to understand, I think, these experiences are nuanced. I do find that institutions like to put over a glaze, over a singular kind of position on what a Black experience is or a minority experience is. You know, for example, as Justin put forward, my experience in the Black country growing up is different from my cousin's experience in Handsworth. And so if you take, say, for example, The Sweet Fly Paper of Life as a book, as an example, to talk about a Black experience, that talks about Black people as human beings on a whole, good, bad, making mistakes, whatever. I think there's when I look at, and why I was talking about my talk, and yes, we've had Banley and we've had people before, and we all owe debts to all those people. We're part of a lineage. We also may have to look at what contemporary photographers doing and new radical approaches, which don't fit into I think what I would say, a literal descriptive sense of what Blackness is or what a Black person is. I think we tend, when I see a lot of exhibitions, they tend to be descriptive. They don't tend to allow other ways of strategies of describing what an experience can be in this country, which you may see differently in art galleries, maybe, compared to photographic galleries. And I think it's a problem with photography, how it's educated and told as a whole, rather than talking about photography as an image, where we refer to something like Stuart Hall, where he talks about what representation is. We tend to have, I think that, you know, it's also a problem with the way we look at photography as a whole.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose what it makes me think about, and it relates to the question, I suppose, is that this idea of a national form of photography, by definition, it's not universal, because once you have nations, sorry to sound maybe so obvious and cliched, but once you have nations, you already operate to some extent against universal values, because every nation is a form of separation from others. It's about defining the self against, quite often, everybody who's not part of this nation. And then, of course, what these talks show us today, and what underpins, of course, the whole event, is that within each nation, obviously, we also have different subjectivities, different experiences, different forms of discrimination, otherness, and so on and so forth. So I was just trying to put on the table, quite provocatively perhaps, this question of, okay, so we're trying to define here to some extent what is British photography, but even if we remove from the equation so-called socially, culturally marginalized groups, we're still left with this big question. We're still not going to probably be able to put our finger and say, this is what it means to do British photography.
Maybe that's the point, that we can't. Maybe that is the point, and maybe that's the beauty of it. But these definitions of an identity are always shifting and changing. It's not fixed. And that is probably one of the problems that we're dealing with nationalism. It's a monoculture. It's one that culture is never ambiguous. It's clear and stays at one fixed point. Maybe the reality is that British documentary photography is something that is always floating and transforming. And maybe that's something we have to look at the way that we present exhibitions, you know, that we don't dumb down and expect the audience not want to be challenged or do any work when looking at imagery.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to present one question from our viewers. Sunil Shah is asking, what barriers do the photographers on the panel find in having their work seen? And if I may add to that, perhaps from a more institutional perspective, if maybe Lydia, you can also tell us something about the barriers that you feel occasionally you have to struggle with, perhaps within an institution, to bring certain types of photographs to the public galleries, to place them out there for people to view. What does it take, basically, to make something that deviates to some extent from the canonical expectations of the public, perhaps? Yeah, so photographers, first of all, who would like to address Sunil's question? We've got four photographers, in fact, with us.
I think I can offer a general response to that question.
Thank you, Justin.
I think the barriers, it sort of depends what you mean by scene, all right? Because obviously you can post a picture on your website or on social media and it can be seen by a certain group of people. I suppose if the question is referring to how to get your work seen in traditional arts or photography spaces, then that's a different question. And that depends on satisfying the sort of criteria of the sort of gatekeepers that we were referring to earlier. And I guess that the barriers are probably relating back to the first question about what constitutes British photography or what is considered to be the sort of work that is typically displayed in those spaces. And oftentimes practitioners will either have to, you can obviously make proposals and you can create work, but if it's not work that fits within those criteria, it's unlikely to be seen in a more wide and presented to a wider audience. So I think one of the barriers really is set by the gatekeepers, and oftentimes, unfortunately, those gatekeepers are not people who necessarily are invested in allowing people of minoritized communities to tell stories that feel true to them. So I guess that'd be my general answer to that question.
Thank you very much. Who would like to continue addressing the question?
Yeah, I would just like to. Sorry.
Anand.
After you.
Oh, Lydia. Okay, Lydia.
Oh, yeah. No, well, in a similar vein to you, so again, it is this question of gatekeepers. The first thing, obviously, besides all the obvious things in museums like funding and everything, but that goes for acquisitions more generally, it is the people, it's the workforce in the museum, and it's with the V&A, for example, it's predominantly white people in the museum working, and they are the gatekeepers. And I think whilst there's still, it's about cultural change and behavioural change in the museum, to think more consciously and actively about making these acquisitions, whether it is through set projects or just kind of, like I said, it would be, if we were being inclusive constantly in our practices and collecting practices, that would be the ultimate optimistic view that would be great to take. But we know that doesn't happen kind of overnight and very quickly. And also the idea that when we are collecting work from people of colour, I think a lot of museums tend to focus on work, like you said, this idea of a monolithic experience, lived experience, but also just collecting work from people who are working from, representing work that is anti-racist specifically, not about anything else, kind of work that shows this idea of protest and campaigning, whereas not kind of looking at it in a different way and valuing it as an art form in itself, as photography as an art form, and thinking about processes and techniques in the same way that we do apply this to white photographers that we hold in the collection. And also just to reference back to what you said about being seen, even when some of these objects come into collections, and I'm speaking for the V&A, but I think it's the same for lots of other museums like the Tate and everything. They're actually, the Tate is different because they actually acquired to put things directly on the wall, but the collection is so big, and there's so much stuff that we could go through and actually put on the walls that we don't even know we have sometimes. But it's through these, it's some of these acquisitions just go straight into storage, and that's about being seen. Yes, it's in the collection, and we will then digitize it, put it on our website and everything, but it's not seen in the same way that some of the other works are when they're kind of physically manifested in a gallery space, whether it's an exhibition or display or just something else. But I'm not sure where that goes. And I mentioned kind of all the documentation that we have collecting policies and fitting with strategies that comes kind of from the museum more broadly, not just curatorial departments and people's personal tastes as well, is also something that comes into curatorial things. Yeah, that was like 5 different answers in one book.
Thank you. All very relevant. And Anand, you wanted to add something as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on from what Justin was saying, because it tied in with the question I had for him. And that, he quoted like the persistent othering of non-white culture and how Black people have been portrayed in media. Now, I 100% agree with that. I think Black people are portrayed in media far worse than Asian people. So against the contrast of this backdrop, how has that affected your work personally and the barriers that you've experienced yourself? I know you've spoke generally, but personally, would you say?
I think that is a really big question. And look, I think, as Jermaine has hinted at this as well, I think one of the challenges of all practitioners is to try and carve out your own space to create work that feels worthwhile to you, without necessarily always having to feel sort of defined and governed by sort of prevailing cultural structures that obviously impact all of us, right? And there's always this weight of responsibility of feeling like you have to create work that has, you know, sort of wider significance to my community or my people, in inverted commas. But that in itself is a form of restriction that other practitioners aren't subject to, because they can just make work that they want to make that is inspiring to them without necessarily having to have these wider considerations. And so I think part of the challenge is always really trying to question those feelings within the making of your own work, because we're all allowed to just be different and make different things for our own purposes without necessarily having to have some sort of, you know, broader cultural significance.
I mean, if I could add to that, you know, it's a bigger problem than people want to admit, in the way that they relate to practitioners who are non-white. Institutions, you know, galleries, but you know, people who are involved in those, you know, to say that those places, if you believe those places are spaces where there is meritocracy, then we might be deluded. There are things that need to be unpacked in just the psychological and sociological relationship to how they look at what Black identity or and when I say Black, I mean non-white practitioners and the way they look at people in society in general. You know, I was asked a question about why this exhibition I did was like, but you've overtly dealing with identity. All my work's dealt with identity, just that whether it's not identity in the way that some people believe it should be. That tells you a lot about the way that you are perceived as a practitioner in the arts. So I think these things are very, very deeply rooted and are quite problematic. And as Justine has talked about. And also another thing is that I do notice that a lot of institutions or magazines or whatever tend, when it comes to the Black experience, like to talk about the American Black experience, but not the British Black experience so much in that kind of amplification. And it's something that I find quite interesting, why this happens. And you know,
yes, thank you, Jermaine. So you all of you raised really important points, I believe, and I think this discussion about expectations from people of certain social cultural backgrounds, that they as if there is a need necessarily to work towards empowerment and towards supporting of the political agenda, whereas actually, as I think Justin explained as well, and I think Jermaine, you resonate with what you said, resonates with the same words. Sometimes it's just about wanting to do work, to be an artist, to be a practitioner, and not necessarily getting as involved in the political agenda. It's the assumption maybe that the change should just happen without necessarily fighting for it directly in your art, because sometimes we just want to make art.
Can I just,
this is more or less, yes, Justin.
Sorry,
I'm not sure if I represented correctly what you said, but
you did. I just think I have to respond to that by saying, as much as that is true, or it's certainly a desire that I think many people would share, I think it's also, the counter argument to that is it would be naive to not be aware of the sort of broader context in which you are trying to make this work. And so even if you are trying to be apolitical or sort of, you know, divorced from those other considerations, they are always present. And so I think it's worth being aware of that, because then that allows you to navigate that in your practice. You can't ever be divorced from those considerations.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm very much aware that we are slightly beyond schedule, but I just want to say, Sunil says that he's asking the question that he posed to propose that, and I'm quoting now, that we need to find more ways of disseminating our work outside the context of institutional legitimization, self-publishing, social media, and creating communities. This is just his response. And I would like, however, to pick another one of the questions that we got from the public. I think it's a very good question. If we can just be very succinct so that we can still have a short break to allow everybody some comfort time. A question from Celio Barreto, who's asking, and this is again for either of you, are we expecting the current gatekeepers to become enlightened, or are we considering replacing them with something new? I'm wondering if either of you would like to take this question.
Can I take it?
Sure, Kamal, thank you.
Sure. I think sometimes it's also thinking about if the current gatekeepers have the knowledge to be able to understand the work, and or are doing the work to understand the work. Because I think what I was thinking too, and this is also relating to my own work and gatekeeping as well, is that for me, when I write a proposal in the States, it's not necessarily understood, but it's more understood in Britain. So I think, because I think, some of it is about the relevance of history and the nuance, and that what you're looking at and the particularities of what you're looking at, and allowing you as an artist of color to do that deep research. It's like, what is the institution that can actually serve you? And so if I think the gatekeeper is not open to that kind of nuanced presentation or investigation by the artist, it's kind of it's a barrier for the artist. So like for me, I think it's important for me to be in Britain to understand the systems of control of empire, to understand my own family, if that makes any sense. And so that I can't really understand in the States, or I can't really understand, or when I go to India, to even unpack the control of the empire, to go into, like, say, an indigenous system, I have to look at that system and how it works and how it operates. So I think like there's so many levels that artists, I think, are looking at, especially artists of color, and structures. So depending on where, if they are looking specifically at heritage and things like that, it depends on where their heritage is from and what power structures have influenced that, and how those also power structures are looking at themselves.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this conversation can probably continue. We've got quite a number of questions from the public, and apologize, of course, for those of you whose question I was unable to bring to the attention of the panelists, but we will share them. We will share the questions with the panelists nevertheless. I would like to thank all speakers, all the speaker panelists, for your talks and discussions. Also, thank you to everyone who posted questions. This is now the end of this panel. We're going to take a comfort break. Instead of 11:45, I would like to suggest we come back at 11:50, so 10 minutes before 12, just to regain some of the time that we have lost for now, for very good reasons, nevertheless. And when we come back at 11:50 UK time, we will start the live stream once again and open the second panel of today's event. So thank you very much, everybody, and see you shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the State of Cultural Diversity in British Photography. I'm pleased to open panel 2, Educational Empowerment and Restraints. It's my pleasure to welcome Seba Chowdhury to the screen. Seba is a creative producer and one of the co-directors of the ReFramed network, and we will be chairing this panel together. The panel's first speaker is Jagdish Patel. Jagdish is a socially engaged artist, educator, and writer. He mainly works on long-term projects around themes connected to human rights, anti-racism, community, and well-being. Currently is a PhD candidate at Coventry University, and he's researching the intersections between anti-racism activism in the Midlands and socially engaged art practice. Jagdish's talk is titled Race, Class, and the Photography Curriculum. And if we could have Jagdish joining us on the screen, please. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jagdish, for joining us today. And now Seba and myself are going to leave you to deliver your talk. Thank you very much. The screen is all yours.
Thank you. Correct. Hello. I want to thank DMU and the Paul Mellon Centre to assist us putting this event together. I also want to apologise in advance because firstly, I can only touch upon some of the themes in 15 minutes, and so some of you will be disappointed. And secondly, I know there are a number of terms which encompass lived experience from people of different diasporas and diverse cultures and heritage in Britain, but today I'm going to use the term Black, both in a political sense, to describe people of colour from a range of different experiences, communities, identities. I did my MA in photography at Montfort, and it was in its libraries and through looking through its books that I discovered an alternative photographic history with a different set of discursive entry points to the mainstream photography discussions that I would get in my lectures. And here I borrow a phrase from Audre Lorde. It was here that I discovered that we have always used the master's tools, perhaps not to dismantle ours, but certainly to build a nicer one. And you can see this in the photographs taken in the 1800s by Indian servants using their master's cameras to document their own lives. Last year, I interviewed members of the Black Art movement in Coventry. And in the interview, they talked about how in the 1980s, they had to create their own spaces and forums, not only to show work, but also to talk about their work. The majority of the art school tutors who taught them could not relate to their lived experience or their work or their references. Today, we know in the photography departments across universities, there's still hardly any Black staff, and we know from ReFramed that Black students still find it hard to talk about their work. This feeling has a long history for Black art students. During the Bengali Renaissance in the 1920s, the work of the pioneering modernist painter Rabindranath Tagore was dismissed by Western art critics. He was the first Indian painter to adopt the revolutionary syntax of Cubanism to produce a series of small poetic, jewel-like paintings in which one art critic, William George Archer, argued that Tagore's paintings were actually no more than stylized illustrations, weak as art and un-Indian. However, at the same time, Archer loved Picasso's use of African sources, which did not compromise his integrity as a European artist. And the logic here is that artistic ideas can only travel in one direction with the West as its center. Well, so artists were not in public galleries in the UK during the 1920s and 1930s. An exotic view of us was installed in museums and shops across the UK through empire exhibitions. And so the empire was not hidden, but displayed in a particular way which fitted a particular perspective. The art curriculum, including photography, has therefore managed to maintain an epistemic framework which fuels a university's claim of a Western canon, which means white, and has the Indian critique explains the Western Apathamantmita, the Western canon by which all art is judged is perhaps to be a closed discourse, and has written off photography and art from Asia, Africa, Caribbean, and Latin America out of its history. This is a relation between the West and the non-West of power and authority. My PhD at Coventry is concerned with the intersections of socially engaged art and anti-racism. And in this research, I'm trying to tell the story of how the first and second generation of migrants from the 1950s changed the Midlands. And one issue I want to explore is how these early arrivals did not assimilate here. Most people who arrived in the Midlands came with a British education, spoke the language, had read British literature because they received a British education, and culturally had been assimilated in the colonies as British subjects, so that when they arrived into the Midlands, they were already made as progressive cosmopolitan British citizens. And it was the working class local communities who took time to become cosmopolitan. The early photo was from 1954 of men in Nottingham. There's a certain aspect of our history has been omitted from our understanding ourselves, and therefore we assume that the assumption is that we could not possibly have come from a place of learning or culture, and clearly this is wrong. Therefore, when students say they find it difficult to talk about race and everyday racism, about works of art from their own backgrounds without having to make a comparison to one from a Western canon, they are undermining their own sense of themselves, and this is an inherent epistemic problem, but then manifests itself in how we treat each other in education. When the first generation of immigrants arrived in Britain, they were slightly taken aback about how badly they were treated. They understood that racism from the state needed to produce an othering process here. Therefore, it is through the work of Black writers, poets, artists, and photographers that helped them challenge and understand what affected them and their families. To support this work, they established their own institutions, and it is in these own institutions and event and cultural centres that they danced, read poems, and shared stories. These engagements with art occurred alongside the engagement in Marxism and anti-colonialism, often through the Indian Communist Party. All the key players, for example, in the Indian Workers' Association in the Midlands, like Jagmohan Joshi, Avtar Jal, who passed away last week, 2 weekends ago, had a background in both India and the British Communist Party. They also had a commitment to the ideas of creating a popular front using art and culture to push back against the far right. It was this combination of Indian folk art which seemed to fit nicely into working class rebellious culture. Then through words, music, and visual cultures, they formed a unity, and a Midlands, specifically Midlands cultural scene was born. These cultural events with poets, musicians, and dancers started relatively early on in Leamington Spa, Coventry, Wolverhampton, Birmingham, West Bromwich, and it became quite established by the 1970s. The 1960s also saw the expansion of working class and lower middle class students into the opening up of the new universities and polytechnics. Here too, a younger generation received a taste of local politics mixed with a local style of Marxist theory and ideas of continental philosophy, and they too began thinking about how to create a different type of art, not high art, but one from a radical interpretation of art making and art history. Inspired by John Berger's ways of seeing on TV, Walter Benjamin's essay on mechanical reproduction, a feminist critique of the male gaze, and a semiotic deconstruction of advertising, art making changed in the 1960s and 70s. In photography, a new generation of radical photographers emerged, both with a socialist realist documentary tradition, but also one that dismantled it. As Joshua Sperling in his biography, John Berger, explains, this period created a divided loyalty for photographers between those who use the image with a real political dialectic, a sharpening awareness of contradiction between economic theory and personal experience, but also a new anti-humanist Marxism with its interest in semiotics and representation. These challenges would also take place in polytechnics, and even more so as they became universities. These shifts were also assisted by shifts in British cultural studies, which originally placed particular emphasis on the social relations between the voices of people into its methodological approaches to work. In particular, the work of Richard Hogarth and Raymond Williams emphasized the need to understand the lived experience of working class communities. We see this influence in the work of people like Daniel Mendelssohn, Vanley Burke, and others who have been mentioned today. Alongside this, following the work of Guy Debord and the Society of Spectacle, participation art became an important project in itself. And this was important because it tried to rehumanize society, rendered numb and fragmented by the repressive instrumentality of capitalist production. There was also a change of funding in the arts during this period. In the early 60s, the Arts Council mainly focused on high art, such as theatre, opera, ballet, concert music, painting. And it was only through the campaigning work of a younger generation of artists, particularly from the Midlands and London, that the Arts Council began to consider funding ordinary culture, as they termed it. And we start seeing funded community art projects throughout the Midlands, and who worked with a vision of a different way of working. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, community art and local artists working within a community political framework blossomed. On every high street corner had a community darkroom, art gallery, bookshop, music venues. And left to their own devices, a younger generation and Black communities started working and started forming an alternative subculture, an alternative style rooted in a Black expressive oppositional culture, and mainly centered around community arts venues, grassroots community art venues. And it is in these spaces that we see discussions about collective working and participation and an attempt to build a collective public sphere. But by the 90s, this collapsed. For example, on this map, which is of one district in Nottingham, NG7, which is near Hysing Green in south of Nottingham, there are around 20 places functioning in the early 80s, whereas only one exists now. At the same time, this alternative culture and high art began collapsing into each other. It is ironic now that as we face a second round of austerity, there's a great interest in socially engaged art and community practice. And under some of the logic of revival, which as Angela McRobbie explains, even mainstream shopping brands have started to value alternative culture as a leading feature of the UK's contribution to the global cultural economy. It is therefore now acceptable to see Black lives and its past resistance celebrated as a central feature in the Commonwealth Games, but past exclusionary policies not addressed. As Colin Prescott from the Institute of Race Relations explains, the archive is now really a site of struggle. We can see this exclusion and the messy politics of this in galleries. For example, a couple of exhibitions recently have displayed this image from the Indian Workers Association in Coventry from 1947. However, the wider political context that these men lived and worked through and thought about their place in society as active citizens has been erased. If you read the report on the right, which is a police surveillance report from one of their meetings in Birmingham 1947, we can see the police analysing each man's words and meanings, their poetical references. And we can see that there is such a close interaction between people's ability to speak and how they are viewed by the state. In writing about the achievements of the Centre for the Cultural Studies at the University of Birmingham, Roxy Harris acknowledges that important advancements made by Stuart Hall, Paul Gilroy and others, but he also laments that these writers concentrated on the importance of agency within the second generation of migrants who had been raised in Britain in the 70s, at the cost of underplaying the significance of the political and cultural history and activism of the parents. He notes, once the customary narratives of circuit is broken, new change of historical continuity begin. And it is this that we're partly living with in our curriculum. In the art curriculum, the work of the CSA, the Community Centre for Cultural Studies, is used in talking about identity formation and how race is a discursive category. But the more broader point about how it is a prism in which society plays out its crisis is often lost, which means that when Black students are encouraged to make work about their identity formation, the wider crisis which produces this is often not discussed. This then makes us wonder what type of Black photographers are being produced by the Academy. During the Harlem Renaissance, Dubois asked this precise question to Black artists moving to Harlem. He noted that the art which foregrounded the voices of Black communities was considered propagandist or not pure art. Consequently, many younger artists had to choose between an art which was deemed inauthentic, that is, projected their lives, or pure, but negated their own voices. Dubois argued that these two views were not fixed, but simply discursive categories. and not fixed binaries, but something much more fluid. By making them fixed, he argued that it prohibited the ability of black speakers or black artists to talk about the significance of race in their work, and this tended to benefit white interests. Du Bois argued that the presupposed superiority of white aesthetic standards and the Western canon had to be called in question, because if the essence of being black is left out of the formula and cultural politics not considered as a part of the equation in talking about art, then white culture is also always guaranteed a superior position. He argued that this is not just an ethical question, aesthetic question, this is an ethical question. If white society does not permit the black voice to be heard, then white society does not change, and this is results in a manifest failure of democracy itself. A good functioning democracy needs a variety of voices. We can see a similar point being made in the work of Amanda Fricker, who, through feminist legal theory, thinks about how women who experience domestic violence and sexual assaults do not get heard in court settings through what she terms epistemic injustice. It is this common connection between epistemology and the ability of people to speak and actually say what they experience and get heard, and the wider overlap with ethics that we need to consider in art making. What sort of criteria do we think we need to think about when we think about making art? Well, there's not actually that many texts which focuses on the participants as the starting point for discussion. Cacciavoy, I think this is how I was pronounced it, suggests that we consider a framework to explore these interconnections between the individual and the wider environment, which is managed through issues of legality, contractual rights and equity, economics, payment and compensation, and psychology, issues around care. And these are broader issues that we need to value, and about how we value and treat participants would need to be part of the photography curriculum. So in conclusion, the issues facing black photographers in the Midlands are connected to these wider blind spots in the photography curriculum. Whereas in the past we had been left to our own devices and were part of an opposition subculture, this is much more mainstream now. And at the same time, as it becomes mainstream, we are faced with the reality that some of our elders are being deported, immigration laws are being debated to take away citizenships, and children are being searched in schools by the police officers. On top of this, socially engaged practice is simultaneously seen as a heroic narrative of increased activation and agency of the audience, but also as a way of increasing voluntary subordination at the artist's will, since voluntary participation in art is also unpaid labour. It is therefore a confusing time for black students and photographers, so the need for groups like ReFramed, who are part of a wider ecosystem which forces a pathway between the curriculum, a Western art photography canon, and the wider community through ethics and other issues is vital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jagdish. Wonderful talk, opening for panel 2. And just to remind everybody, we're going to take questions right at the end during the Q&A session, which will happen after the third talk of this panel. Members of the public, please, by all means, use the chat box to start posting some questions already during the talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil. The panel's second talk is by Anand Chhabra and Gil Pasternak. Anand is chair of Black Country Visual Arts. Between 2016 and 2018, he created and profiled the Upnar Heritage Archive, which Community Archives and Heritage Group declared in 2017 as UK Best New Archive. Gil Pasternak is Professor of Photographic Cultures and Heritage at Montfort University. His work investigates intersections of photography, cultural heritage, and politics. In 2022, Anand and Gil co-produced a photography-based local history workbook titled Picturing Punjabi Migration Experiences in the Black Country. Designed for Key Stage 3 students, the workbook was a result of their collaborative project at the same theme, a project that received participatory research funding from UK Research Innovation, also known as UKRI. Anand and Gil's talk is titled Digital Community Archives, Local History Education and Britain's Photographic Imagination. Anand and Gil, over to you.
Thank you very much, Seba. Okay, in our talk, we want to focus on the potential role of community-created photographic databases to complicate perceived identities of national photographic histories, and especially in the context of educational and local history education more specifically. While our starting point is the tendency in the culture and heritage sectors to see digitization processes as enablers of equality, diversity, and inclusion, also known as EDI for short, we actually want to discuss how photographic digitization has hindered education for equality, diversity, and inclusion in so-called mainstream British photographic cultures and visual history, more specifically. I will provide the broad context and terms of reference during the talk, and Anand will discuss our main example, which is the Digital APNA Heritage Archive, of which Anand is the current director. I came to study the subject of photographic digitization while researching for digital heritage in cultural conflicts, or DigiConflict. That was a European Commission-funded research project that I led between 2018 and 2021. Some of the questions I considered during my research included those currently on the screen. Providing full answers would, of course, go beyond the scope of the presentation today. What I would like to highlight instead is the rather uncertain relationship between photographic digitization and education for equality, diversity, and inclusion. As many of you may already know, the past decade has seen the rise of digitization practices as a conventional means of normalizing the public presence of otherwise repressed photographic collections. In the British context, the incorporation of photographs into digital databases is often framed in connection with an underpinning desire to expand public engagement with cultural objects and artifacts. But it is also driven by the intention of catering to the needs and interests of social groups and cultural communities, not usually represented well enough by official cultural heritage institutions, or indeed not represented at all. The problem authorized organizations often encounter, however, is that photographs, both of, but especially by, social groups of colonial heritage have traditionally not been collected in the context of so-called mainstream British culture. Conventionally, the digitization endeavors result in the perpetuation of hegemonic resources that enable audiences to propose diverse interpretations, as it were, yet the photographic artifacts of groups and communities of colonial heritage tend to remain publicly absent and therefore largely inaccessible. Aware of this reality and its sociocultural implications, individuals and grassroots organizations representing socially marginalized groups have also turned to photographic digitization, but their work and its impact also tend to be, their work and the impact of their work is also tending to be limited, and this time mainly due to lack of resources, or to be more specific, lack of professional training and digital literacy skills. And so whether we focus on the digitization endeavors of authorized institutions or on those carried out by grassroots organizations, we encounter the very same conundrum. That is, the craze for photographic digitization diversifies the range of resources pertaining to photographic and visual histories about marginalized groups of colonial heritage in British society, but with the exception of already interested and invested groups and individuals, they remain at the margins of British culture. One example we want to use in this talk is the UK-based APNA Heritage Archive.
In 2015, we realized that there were no photographic records kept anywhere in Wolverhampton or the Black Country of the Punjabi community. Particularly significant because 15% of Wolverhampton, the only city in the Black Country, some 40,000 residents are Indian Punjabis, mostly comprising of Sikhs and Hindus. In 2016, members of the Black Country Visual Arts, a local community-led cultural organization, of which I'm the director, established a digitally based photographic archive with a view to increasing the visibility of UK-based Punjabi migrants in British society. We named it the Apna Heritage Archive because in the Punjabi language, Apna means ours. We designed the Apna Heritage Archive to preserve private photographs that nevertheless can reflect and respond to the broader history of the Punjabi community in the city of Wolverhampton. And in order to create it, we set up events and workshops in a range of places in which especially senior members of the Punjabi community often gather, the city's Asian day centres in particular. We also set up a dedicated archive space in the most densely populated area for Punjabis in the city. By 2018, we had digitized over 2,000 images and made them available on the Black Country Visual Arts website, as well as the city archives in Wolverhampton. Together, these photographs offer a unique set of insights into the community's private, social, and cultural lives, documenting multiple aspects concerning the social, cultural adaptation to British life and culture between the 1960s and the 1980s. The importance of digitization of the photographs facilitated their transition from personal environments into public spaces, with interested viewers from all around the globe logging onto our websites to look at the images. Photographs from the archive appear relatively regularly on community-related social media pages, triggering open discussions about Punjabi culture, history, and family heritage. We want not only reveal some of the rich insights that the creation of the Apna Heritage Archive has enabled us to gain, we equally wanted to demonstrate how the marriage of photography and digitization technology has enabled the simultaneous registration of the photographs as communal, cultural, and national heritage assets. The criteria for selecting photographs for the archive by two photographers were done with the ethos of an artistic eye, a focus on aesthetics, i.e., what looks good, a good exposure from the camera or a moment in time, a selected image for nostalgia around the social mobility of the Punjabis, i.e. posed next to their first cars and TV sets. This way of collecting, we realized afterwards, is different, to put it in a contrast as to how perhaps an archivist, not a photographer, but an archivist may see an image. They may ask, why is this person in this picture wearing this jumper at this time or on this occasion? Or what is that bridge or building in the background in relation to the person and the timing of the image when it was taken? This makes it far more revealing, and that's good questions to ask, especially when triggering more memory for information from the participants than we did that when we collected at the time of collection. We realized the importance post the period of the initial research that was taken after the first 2 years. Having a major exhibition after the initial research at Wolverhampton Art Gallery meant that the Punjabi community get representation on the walls of a building they scarcely enter without good reason to. The exhibition was attended by over 27,000 people over 2 months, extended by the City Council and by popular demand from the local community of Punjabis, and lauded in the region by arts organisations and institutions. Largely, the stats of our website show that the Punjabis that have migrated all over the world are logging onto the site. So this displaced or migrant community are the ones that are logging onto our website across the world by family participants, through conversations, through the reach of the internet and social media. The research has enabled local schools in Wolverhampton, secondary Punjabi schools, to engage with the archive, as well as local primary schools, understanding more about their own heritage and migration, as often there are more than one group of nationalities contained within a classroom these days in the city. Along with the interest for the local university studying history, there were also strong interests from fashion students, departments from college, and again the local university to discover more about what people looked like at that time and the clothes that they wore. Kamal Bedi, have you heard speak today, from New York, is also studying her PhD, directly linked to our archive via the University of Brighton, and is exploring currently new areas of research and engagement with our communities via research in oral history. Due to the focus on aesthetics and the attempt to digitize 2,000 photographs at a relatively short period of time, and with minimum to virtually no assistance, the archive often features relatively generic metadata, insufficient documentation or contextual information about the origin and significance of the photographs, insufficient indications about who is in the pictures, where exactly they are seen, on what particular occasion, and what the photograph might have meant to its creator back in the day. For such reasons, while the archive is valued by members of its initiating community, and while it safeguards instrumental records about the social and cultural history of Black Country Punjabi migrants, it remains quite limited in its ability to appeal to groups and individuals outside the Indian diaspora Punjabi communities, it therefore also remains quite limited in its ability to demonstrate the relevance of the photographs of the historical significance to so-called mainstream British history, society, and culture.
So it could be argued that photographic digitization has increased representation of multiple social groups and cultures in heritage collections, but without necessarily making their photographic heritage known. Drawing specifically on data pertaining to the resources I've analyzed as part of my research, the core of this condition would seem to be that heritage organizations, be they authorized or grassroots organizations, have developed databases in recognition of the unlimited amount of data that digital memory can store, but with disregard of the functions and uses of human memory. Thinking more specifically about photographic material of relevance to sociocultural equality and diversity, digitality might have assisted heritage organizations in safeguarding such identified assets against loss, as it were, but without necessarily turning them memorable. If we make a comparison with the way in which human memory is said to operate, heritage organizations have tended to employ photographic digitization to generate surrogates of photographic materials, but their retrieval has not been so successful because very few spaces, if any, have been created as part of the process for reflection on the digitized input. Therefore, photographic material of relevance to sociocultural equality and diversity remains largely unfamiliar and inaccessible, with the exception, of course, of those of us already interested in equality, diversity, and inclusion. The hypothesis here is that in order to incorporate socially and culturally diverse materials into intellectual and emotional processes, databases of the kind discussed today must somehow become integrated into the fabric of society and everyday life. They must transform from mere storage spaces into functional resources for recollection and be in a position to generate what we may name remembering subjects, that is, people capable of recalling the cultural heritage safeguarded by the databases. With human memory, this happens almost by default, as it is based on the knowledge of the remembering subject. Conversely, heritage databases don't normally have remembering subjects of their own. They require the so-called body of society to fulfill their potential of recollection. Now, there must be more than one way to introduce remembering subjects to databases. Either way, the process requires some form of activism, in my opinion, as it must engage society with the meaning of the materials stored in databases and imbue them with a clear sense of relevance to life in the present. I want to give the screen back to Anand now to demonstrate how we approach the task in hand with a view to initiating the transformation of photographs safeguarded by the APNA Heritage Archive into memorable assets about the diversity of British society, photographic history, and visual culture. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you. So to showcase the student workbook entitled Picturing Punjabi Migration Experience in the Black Country, the workbook comprises of 6 individual parts. So I'll just give you a general overview of what the parts are all about. The first part is the Old Country, which builds context to where migrants have arrived from and takes a look at what migrants have left behind, with specific references to dress, architecture, and the religion of the India and the Punjab. The second point is Making a New Home, how the people made a new home and how the images within the archive demonstrate social mobility. Make pupils think about values, what having possessions means, and how they speak of our interests and our past, and how they're connected to us and about what we want to become, etc. The third part is about making a living. So this is about to show pupils to think about how the Punjabi migrants have contributed to the lives and livelihood of people in the Black Country, what jobs they took up, largely vacant jobs within industry, construction, and business. And it's a great way of also opposing any kind of anti-racist sentiments that oppose the migrants' arrival. So it showcases what they actually did in the Black Country. The fourth part is about negotiating values. The Punjabis came into the country with their own customs and values, This was when the world around them was largely white and Christian. And so this section is all about how they dealt with that by sticking close together and being surrounded by their own values, which they were familiar with in the Punjab. The fifth part is about the turban dispute, which took place between 1967 and 69. Bus drivers were asked to shave their beards and remove their turbans if they wanted to work on the buses. So this was directly about the bus drivers' turban dispute, directly influenced by Enoch Powell's statement about the turban not being part of the landscape of the UK. And the final part is acculturating into the United Kingdom. This section largely makes pupils think about the processes that migrants go through when they attempt to find ways to balance their cultural habits and values with those prevalent in their new country, to what degree they assimilate or integrate or separate or get marginalized in their host country. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do is just to have a look at a couple of examples. So each part includes a series of tasks and activities. So some of these are designed for completion by individuals, students, and others for peer collaboration. All of the tasks and activities in the workbook rely on photographs from the Apna Heritage Archive, designed to unpack migrant experiences through robust visual and experiential analysis. So the first showcase is on negotiating values, a section of negotiating values. So you can see your way around this part. So in the instructions always given in this part about the activity that the children do, where they work up in pairs or work up in individuals. The yellow box is all about the listed values that we've given them to choose from, that reflects on our source point, which is the first source one, which is the image. And what they have to then do is align what they think, what values are addressed in this image within the family. So as you can see, there's I'll just turn to it myself because I can't quite see it on the screen as I thought I would. Yeah, so there's all kind of values of affection, modesty, caring, compassion, excellence, education, patience, etc. So we task the activity to the students to work out from the table that in yellow what may be important to the people shown in the picture in source one, and then they list down what they think they obtained their values through. And then the second point is that they discuss between their pairs how, in their opinion, people obtain their values from this community. So it's a great way of educating the pupils about this community and the values that they hold as they come into their host country as migrants. So they learn that through that way. And so the next example is making a living on page 10. So again, all the sources are listed with the photos and the description of the photos. So on this page, it's all about how and what the Punjabis did in terms of work, that reflects from family album images that show the working lives of the Punjabis. So again, the students are tasked with, in the yellow box, to look at the pictures, look at the captions of the Punjabis, and then they have to make a list of these jobs and then discuss in pairs what each of the jobs might have required from the migrants. So they have to consider, for instance, training, qualifications, working hours, impact on daily routine and family life, financial reward, and social appreciation. And this is like a gold dust for us, because this actually now, is our workbook engaging into the mainstream of society out there in Wolverhampton, educating the children about this community that came en masse between the 1960s and 80s that is just totally missing right now. And we're already getting calls from other schools to be able to teach about heritage and migration this way. Over to you, Gil.
Excellent. On this occasion, I would like to thank the teachers who worked with us as consultants while producing the workbook. Especially, I want to thank Mireja Gonzalez-Rodriguez, who truly went over and beyond. In conclusion, then, we may add that scholars in memory studies have already highlighted how bringing events, experiences, and information to people's attention and awareness strengthens their remembrance. By the same logic, the more socio-culturally diverse photographic databases become integrated into the fabric of British social life, the greater their ability to diversify British photographic cultures and visual history can become, and the stronger their potential to increase equal social participation in the telling of British history can be. Thank you very much for listening to us. Okay, and now I have the honor of introducing the third speaker, being partly chair and partly speaker myself on this panel. The panel's third and last speaker is Gia Makondo-Wills. Gia is British South African documentary photographer, visual artist, and educator. Her practice centers on an urge to challenge visual culture and the Western gaze, recognizing the history of the camera and its role in writing new histories. Gia is working around themes such as identity, race, colonization, and the Western gaze, as well as systems of power. She is a lecturer on the photography BA programs at the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague and at the William de Kooning Academy in Rotterdam. Gia's talk is titled How to Empower Minority Students When Undertaking a Body of Work. Thank you very much, Gia, for being with us today. The screen is now all yours.
Hi, thank you so much, Gil, for the introduction, and thanks to Gil and Anand for inviting me here today. There's been so many amazing talks, so yeah, and thank you for such a brilliant introduction. So, like mentioned, my talk today is going to be about how to empower minority or minoritized students when undertaking a body of work. You might ask what that might mean. For me, I'm going to be talking about predominantly non-white students in the context of the British education system. Yeah, so why is this important to me and why am I talking about this? Well, I studied myself in the UK. So I did my BA and my MA in documentary photography at the University of South Wales, formerly Newport. And I then went on to become a practitioner and an educator. So like Gil said, I teach at the Willem de Kooning Academy in Rotterdam and at the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague, also known as the KBK, and I teach their photography theory and practice. And having gone through the photographic, I guess, education system, institutions in the UK, and also in the kind of formative beginning years of my career being based in the UK, I had a lot of thoughts around this kind of topic. Also being in an institution and training in an institution which is predominantly white, my lecturers and peers, it's something that has always played on my mind and also plays a big role into why I'm now in education, alongside still maintaining a practice. So like mentioned, my work generally, the core of my work is to challenge visual culture in the Western gaze, talking about the history of the camera, amongst various other things. And I've been exhibiting and publishing my work internationally since 2017. And I also collaborate with various institutions, talking about community collaboration, decolonization of the archive, representations in photography. Yes, so today I'm going to be sharing some work with you. I'm going to be talking about my project, They Came from the Water While the World Watched, but also all of the images in today's presentation are also going to be of my own from various projects. So why this project? Well, They Came from the Water While the World Watched was a project which I began when I was in my final year of my BA. It was my graduate project of my BA at the University of South Wales, and I continued it and finished it during my MA. This project also was for me a springboard project into the photographic industry, into the work I do now. It was really my starting point, my entry into the creative field. And the support and the work that I did whilst in education, whilst in an institution, really formed how this work ended up being and also my career trajectory today. So a little bit about the project. The project depicts Indigenous South African ancestral belief and Christianity in relation to missionary activity and the colonization of the country, addressing the long-term repercussions of 19th century European colonial agenda, and it discusses the attempted dismantling of ancestral practice and its replacement with Christianity. I also, in the work, consider the relationship between documentary photography and the Western gaze, also the European archive and the anthropological gaze. So I also address this work from the perspective of the colonized and the colonized, to kind of put it bluntly, being British and South African, and the Western gaze growing up and training as a photographer in the UK. I began this work though because of my grandmother. So when my grandmother prays, she would pray to God and the gods, God being the Christian God and the gods being the ancestors. And one of the things or the reasons why I wanted to talk about this work is because in the initial kind of creatings of this, I was very lucky to have support from my lecturers in the kind of making of the work and the formulation of my ideas. But also there was always this kind of gap of the I didn't have people around me or lecturers who really understood the kind of cultural significance of the work I was trying to undertake, especially in regards to things like references and in regards to other artists who are making work around these topics. So I really had to take it upon myself to find those points of references for myself, which is, you know, one is a part of education, but it's always, I think, one thing I try and offer now as an educator is to give that space for students or be that person who can understand where certain students are coming from. But I did get a lot of support in the creating of this work in the sense of finding my photographic voice. And I think that this is really important when you are minoritized or a non-white student, not having to spend a lot of time justifying why you are doing a project or explaining your motivations for making a work. And your teachers are really able to invest time in you creating work and images that speak to you and developing your visual language. This work has also served me really well in the sense of being able to support me then to go on to make other projects. And it is something that I think is massively underrated, the importance of supporting non-white students when making work which relates to their cultural identity. We're also going to go into why this is not a one-size-fits-all solution for everyone. But it was really a coming of age body of work for me. And considering also the Western gaze in making the work was really important. And the history of British photography in representations of the Black body and in representations of Africa. So that being said, what can we do, or what can you do, or can I do as an educator or facilitator? Sometimes I think people feel like they're a bit of a loss. So I'm speaking very much from a personal experience here. These are tools I implement in the way that I work, but it can also be up to you to kind of amend these as you like. So to get to know your students, that for me is a really key aspect of this. Get to know where your students are from. How does their identity play a role into the topics they want to discuss? Or does it? We will also discuss going on whether this is relevant to all. And also remain mindful of pigeonholing. So, you know, students may not want to make work which relates to their cultural identity. So also be mindful of this, that you do not position students before they've had an opportunity to find actually their position in the industry and really what they want to be making work about, their own personal interests. Going on, one thing that helped me with making work, especially traveling to make this work, was logistical help. So helping to apply for travel grants, looking inside your institutions, are there any things there that can help support your students? Applying for grants outside of the institution, how else might they need to prepare to make work overseas? So, you know, can you give them tips and tricks that you know? Certain kind of camera bags to use, certain ways to book flights, some really, really practical things, because I think it's important to not underestimate that not every student is going to come from a background where they're going to have friends or family friends or parents who are necessarily going to be able to help them with these kinds of things. So how can you help them on a really practical basis if it means that they are going to be traveling to the other side of the world? I was very lucky, for example, when I was traveling, that I got a lot of advice. I got funding from my institution, I got funding from the university, I got advice from my lecturers on how to apply. I got tips on how to write proposals for funding, how to write a budget, all of those really key important things. And that changed how I make work for the foreseeable future. So don't underestimate all of those aspects. And then also talking about the power and the camera, so power dynamics. So looking at your canon, do you discuss the history of photography in relation to Britain's colonial history? You know, do you, and also how does this relate to race, identity and representation of minoritized communities, if it does? And also, how can you ensure that your students do not only see their culture or themselves through the othered gaze. So one way of doing that is the references. So a broad spectrum of references is vital, and take a really good and strong look at the artists you are currently sharing and discussing within class with your students. I understand from a practical perspective, as an educator myself, you sometimes only have a certain amount of allocated hours for preparation. I understand that sometimes you feel very, spread thin on the amount of time that you have. However, when you are implementing references as well, moving beyond box ticking, so having a diversity of artist references across the topics you're discussing, you don't necessarily need to dedicate a section to non-white artists. Implement a diverse range of artists across all of the different topics, because not all students are going to want to make work which relates to their cultural identity. If you're making work about landscape, for example, and you're talking to them about landscape photography, how can you show them a diverse range of artists within that topic? Make it the norm, make it a part of also your practice as an educator, to ensure that you're not only showing them, for example, white male or white middle class references in relation to artists. And that being said, bringing people into your institution, so preparing your students for industry. Get speakers into your institutions from a wide range of backgrounds. Consider class, race, gender in this. This seems like a bit of a kind of obvious thing to say. However, I think it's still not done enough. The reason why this is so important, I would say, is that also if you have a monolithic student body or staff group, having people coming in from other backgrounds might really help your students who don't feel like their classmates or that the teachers can relate to their work. It can really give them a huge boost in confidence. I know it has for me in the past, and it's really important to have people coming into the institutions who can relate to students in certain ways. And the reason why this helps people to prepare for industry is because of the phrase, you can't be what you can't see. For me, this is the phrase that has carried me through from the minute I left university. It's really, really important. It's crucial that you have people around your students that they can see themselves in, especially in an industry which is really not particularly diverse, the photographic industry, at least the part of the industry which I know. And having people that you can look at and you can have them as a point of reference. They can be an inspiration to your students, but it also can just be a confirmation for them that there is a place for them, that they belong here, they deserve to be here, and that they can navigate the world like everyone else. And in doing so, you also need to be really honest about the pitfalls in the photographic industry today. So not all of your students may have equal opportunities. So take the time to consider, okay, are my students, for example, low income? Do my students work secondary jobs? Do they need maybe a boost, mentorship programs? How can I really help them to maybe find other sources of funding, like I said earlier, to guide them through making a long-term body of work, especially if they have lots of other commitments, if they are a primary income for their household, for example. Organisations like ReFramed are fantastic places, autograph places which champion non-white artists within the UK. Make sure to direct them to these institutions, to these organisations where they will be able to flourish and they will be able to see other people who will make work or similar or not similar to them. And also, finally, I think a really important thing is that it's not one size fits all. So not all students who are non-white are going to be interested in making work which relates to their cultural identity. They may want to be making work which is completely different, and that is also really important. So it's important to create and to have a space in which students can just be, and they can be present, and they can make work about whatever they want, without the pressure of it always having to relate back to their identity. Because sometimes that can really feel like a weight, that you feel like you have to be representative of a cultural group, or you have to be representative of everyone. So yeah, it's really important that you also don't apply that pressure. You just allow the conversation to be generated, you give them the references that they may want, and you just let them find their voices as naturally as possible. Yeah, so that is it for now. Thank you so much for listening. And yeah, you can find me on social media at GIYAMWales. My website is guillaumacondawales.com, and you can email me at GIYAMWales@gmail.com. So thanks very much. Yeah, and I look forward to hearing some of your questions and comments going forward.
Thank you very much, Gia, and thank you very much, all panelists. If I could please have all the panelists and Seba as well to join us on the screen, please. We've got a number of questions from the public. I would like to remind everybody on the other side of the screen, you're very welcome to post your questions. We much prefer, of course, questions that are quite broad, questions that can be introduced to the panel as a whole. But equally, of course, if you have more specific questions, that's absolutely fine as well. I think we're going to start. I've got a question for Jagdish, I've got a question for Gia, but I would like to start with a question from the public. I believe this one is for you, Jagdish, from John. John says, the hegemony of the white canon of representation appears as a friction to other cultural representation. Is that resistance something as evident today as it might have appeared, say, 50 years ago?
Nice, simple question to start with. I mean, I'll tell you a little story to answer that question. I went to a talk with the famous black artist, and there was a person in the audience who went there specifically, who works in education, is doing a PhD about black education. And they asked a question about the treatment of child Q, and the answer response was, well, you have to also consider that things are getting much better. Our art galleries are much better represented places. And I think this world, if you look at the data, these two worlds coexist at the moment. And certainly, if you look at there was an earlier discussion about British photography. And I think the term British over the 100 years has shifted, as the British state has shifted, and it's heading in a certain direction. And I think our relationship to the British state in the 70s, if you remember the phrase, the Tebet test, was one of anything but England, in a way that there is a hegemonic resistance to the idea of being incorporated into a state which is also at the same time treating you badly. And I think some of that's shifted because people are wanting to engage with the state through art and culture, and also the other side that galleries and institutions are also wanting to engage. And the reason I'm saying the archives are such a site of resistance is how we speak about that past and the history is now a site of contestation. So in some ways, there is if you went to the War on Babylon exhibition at the ICA, the downstairs was coming to terms with the past in terms of how people were treated between the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But if you went upstairs to them and look at the work of forensic architecture, there is actually a new body of work which is now thinking about how do you picture what's happening to citizens in a different way. And in there, they looked at the idea of the matrix and school children being targeted as potential subject maters. That whereas Stuart Hall talked about stop and search as physical acts of violence on the street, actually it's much more subtle through a bureaucracy of predictive behaviour, predictive child behaviour, or predictive criminality. And I think that there's a much more fluid and a sort of a much broader set of battles in some ways, and the old hegemonic strategies are present in different ways. I mean, we have a Asian Prime Minister, and there's a whole series of debates that come to terms with that. So, I mean, yeah, it's a difficult question to pinpoint because I think it's much more complex now, and there's much. But then I think one of the interesting things is that we never quite come to terms with is that empire itself was complex. The British at one stage only had 300 men in India, and they could rule the country. And I think the relationship between all of us and the systems of power is something that we all have to think about in a broader sense. That answer the question?
Thank you, Jagdish. I think you did a good job there. It's a very complicated question to start on. We've got another question for Anand and Gil from Emily. Did you encounter any ethical issues when working with people's family photos? Did some people have reservations about how their photos would be used? And if so, how did you navigate that?
Thank you. I think, Anand, if you don't mind, I just want to clarify that, of course, the workbook is the result of our shared endeavor to unpack the archive that was already there when we started the work. So in this respect, we worked with family photos that have already been donated, so to speak, to the archive and already gained the approval of the donors for any types of use. And maybe, Anand, you can elaborate a little bit more on the kind of use that members of the community entrusted in your hands as the director.
Yeah, so our approach was when asking people, generally people would either say yes or no, but then the next step is obviously to confirm their agreement in a contract, if you like, a model release or an agreement about what they're giving their image to, etc. So we had that agreed with the individual. What I didn't foresee is only a couple of years, and with help with people like Gil and so someone like Andrew Jackson, who's great on ethics in photography as well, to make you really think through how you're collecting and who you're collecting from, why you're collecting, how it's going to impact the future. Let me tell you a story that happened just a few weeks ago. I was invited by a friend Anand for a long time to his birthday party, and I thought I'd go because you get good curry there. So I thought I'd go along. And then there was another guy there who lived on the same street as me. Now, he started talking to me. He says, yeah, I know about your archive, Anand. I hadn't seen him for about 20, 30 years. He lived on the same street. He says, you got a picture of there of my granddad that my dad took objection to because he was posed. His granddad was posed to a white woman that he was married to here, because the reason why there was a conflict was because their grandfather also was married in India. So we had a whole selection of these images that he said he tried to educate his dad to say, no, this is actually telling the truth about what history is really like. But now this raises the whole question of, well, who do we now, because the father is objecting about his father, and yet the grandson is saying it's okay. Where do we go with this? This is a huge dilemma. But in general senses, we 100% got the commitment from the family member who donated their album or their image, however they did it, and we got permission to agree that we would use it, what the uses were for. So we put down clearly the exhibition, journals, or whether it might be on online, websites, social media, etc., etc.
Yeah. I just want to add to that. I believe there are two questions here, really. One is about the issue of copyrights, who's got the actual right to allow one to make use of the photographs, publish them, and so on. And especially in the context of family photography, as we call it, it's not always a clear cut, of course, because all sorts of photographs end up in one's family album. But this is probably a discussion for a different event. I would say it's not specific about the state of diversity, cultural diversity in British photography. The other issue, nevertheless, is about whose story, as it were, these photographs represent, and who gives you permission to use these photographs, and what is their agenda, as it were. Because as we know, anybody in the field of photography knows that photographs will say whatever you ask them to say. They don't necessarily have any story to tell by themselves. They will be there to support whichever story want them to tell. And then the real ethical challenge, I believe, is to verify that the story told alongside the photograph is indeed, as much as one can, of course, verify that the story is indeed related directly to the experience associated with the person who either obtained the photograph, captured the photograph, or the person in the photograph itself. It's a very long discussion, so there's much more to say. Please don't assume that what I just say now that's the end of this discussion, but just trying to highlight a few of the points. And I think for the purpose of the workbook, of course, we made sure to always work with photographs that have already been approved and that are not in some kind of a liminal space that we don't know whether or not the family or the person in the picture or the photographer would be happy for us to make such use of them.
Thank you, Gil and Anand. Gil, we have a question for you. Do you feel like you're getting support from the university to do this type of work with minority students, or is it the labor left for educators of colour?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that it really depends on what you mean in the sense of support. I would say that there, at the moment, I wouldn't say that there is, for example, financial support or training necessarily to help support educators of colour, non-white educators. Yeah, so I would say that it is often left up to the individual to do the work. However, the way that I try and deal with that is that I just make it a part of my modules. I make it a part of the work that I teach. When I'm building a module, when I'm creating a module, I make sure that I'm implementing a diverse range of topics and references from the beginning. And that's also just at the core of my practice. So I don't necessarily see it as a labor. I see it as just a part of who I am as an educator and what I want to do and what I want to continue to do. However, yes, when there is only, say, one of you in an institution or in a teaching staff of, you know, however many other white colleagues, it can sometimes feel like you are maybe that only point of reference for your non-white students, and that definitely carries weight because you don't. It can feel difficult to feel responsible or be the only person who can understand, say, non-white students who are making work about their cultural identity. Even if I'm not from the same background as them, I'm kind of the closest thing to what they know inside an institution, and that does definitely carry its own weight. But it can also be nice that students feel like they can talk to you. But yeah, I think that institutions need to realize that it can't be a one in, one out policy. You can't just have, you know, one non-white teacher and then when they leave, you get in one other. There needs to be more in this teaching body. There needs to be more in staff. Yeah, so that needs to be it. It can't be one in, one out. There needs to be a handful of educators who aren't white in a department. So that one person isn't carrying this kind of torch for all of the other educators of colour. And the higher you go up in these institutions, especially within universities, within academic settings, as we all know, the whiter and whiter it gets. And it's just not good enough because students have no point of reference. And it needs to change. And if, for example, non-white educators or these positions aren't coming up, you need to be setting up programs to train non-white artists to join these institutions. You know, you can make it work. I think sometimes institutions just say, oh, well, you know, we don't get people applying. Well, then you need to recruit them. You need to make the space for them. You need to bring them in another way because you're doing a disservice to your students if you do not have a diverse teaching body.
Thank you. Just one last question from me. I will take the liberty with your permission, and then we should break for lunch, of course, after another wonderful panel. So final question is for my fellow panelists, and it applies both to the question of education in terms of teaching and learning, but also, not that it's completely different, of course, but also in the context of practice, in the context of art education, photographic education, from the practice side. And my question is whether either of you have any thoughts about how to go about balancing or reconciling, as it were, the aspiration for integration on the one hand with the desire to be recognized as equally different. How do you reconcile these two? Because I think, speaking now as an educator, I think there is a great challenge here because, of course, one wants to diversify, one wants to make the curriculum as rich as possible and as diverse and inclusive as possible. At the same time, at the center of this mission is to bring what we consider to be different or what we consider to be marginalized, what we consider to be repressed. And part of the teaching, I believe, is not only about those other practices or those other texts that we might have not heard of yet or acknowledged yet in so-called Western or British curriculum. But part of the task is also to tell the story of that exclusion. I think it has become quite integral to that mission. But that raises the problem of re-separation, I believe. So my question again is, how do you think one should go about reconciling this aspiration for integration with the desire to be recognized as equally different? Jagdish, Gia, Anand.
I don't personally see it as a conundrum. I think you can be equally different and yet seek for representation in one sense, you know. But I don't think there's enough examples of that going around everywhere, you know, where that is. Not within the arts, I would say. I think we have the autonomy to be different. With the clash of still being represented in the way we should be as people of color across the board is the big question for me. I'm sorry to say, but that's what I think.
Absolutely fine. Gia, yeah?
Yeah, I think the idea of this equally different, or creating this idea of the different, I think is an issue in of itself. We create this idea of the other or the difference to make sense of our own, when I say our own positioning. And I don't think it's necessary. I think that you can show multiple perspectives without it being something which is of the other. It needs to be just normalized and integrated into our curriculums, and the way that you can talk about maybe these systems which are in place, which have meant that these different perspectives have not been heard previously, is to talk about history, and to talk about history and power structures, and in relation to photography. But I try not to use the terms kind of other or different when I'm talking about different cultures. Again, you know, various cultures, or actually cultures or views from the global majority, because when I'm teaching, and I'm teaching in, say, the Netherlands, I'm actually teaching from the perspective of the global minority. So I try and actually flip it and talk about my students in the sense of, actually, you are in the global minority here. Let's talk about the views of the global majority and try and change things around slightly. So yeah, I don't know if that kind of makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, Jagdish, do you have anything to add? Do you want to add anything?
Just a couple of points. I mean, there was a question this morning about working beyond the institution and setting up art spaces and other places to show work outside and other ways of doing things. And I think this is one of the things I was trying to bring across, is that there's the tradition of Black, Asian and other people working in this country has been outside of these avenues, and the huge resources of knowledge and work and everything produced happened outside of these institutions historically, and there's a sort of almost a mining to get this work into the institutions now. And I think we need to not rush into the institutions, or we need to work collaboratively, and the institutions need to help us create a whole ecosystem of other places outside of their venues, because I think there isn't enough. I mean, just in most cities, there isn't enough gallery space in the big institutions. We need to create, because it's all about making as much work and engaging and talking, and just different places have different ways of talking, and even different communities have different ways of talking. And what we need to do is encourage the broad range of things, and that tradition is disappearing slowly, and I think that's what we need to do. But it's when you talk about integration, what do you integrate into exactly? It's fairly well accepted that the Western art canon is linked to a particular imperial colonial history. And I think if we're going to sit and set aside, if we're going to start afresh now and say, okay, what do we need to educate the next generation of artists or photographers? What do we need to let them know when they go into the world? And if we wanted to start totally afresh and set aside the Museum of Modern Art's way of creating in the 60s and that legacy of colonial, if you're going to start afresh and look at the whole collection of work from Latin America, Africa, Asia, and say, let's teach, what do we actually need to teach them? It wouldn't look nothing like what's actually been taught. And I think there is an exercise in thinking that way, of introducing work, and because with alongside that, the issues around ethics, the issues around all the other things that people bring into this discussion will come into play. But it's just, and I think there is a need to dismantle that way of and rebuild it in a way to one, because the one that is suited to a modern world, because after all, it is the South that is economically getting stronger. And I think that the Western art canon is having to change and is struggling to maintain a narrative, but at the same time seen as something that has a relevance in the globe. And I think you could probably lead by doing something really innovative now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, I am occasionally trying to be a little bit provocative, a little bit devil's advocate, using terms that I know are going to generate some reactions, which is precisely why I want to ask such questions, to tease out these views and opinions that may not be so obvious or familiar to some of our viewers. So thank you very much for cooperating with that. This is the end of our second panel of the day out of 3. I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to thank Seba, my co-chair for this session. And for those of you who shared questions from behind the screen, thank you as well. Apologies once again if I was unable to introduce all your questions and comments to the panelists, but they will be able to see them later. We're now going to take another break. We plan to have a longer break, but as you might have noticed, apologies, we're slightly running behind schedule. So we're still going to reconvene at 1:30, which is in about 25 minutes from now. This is UK time, 1:30 p.m. UK time. And once we are back, we will open the third and final panel of today's event. See you all at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to the State of Cultural Diversity in British Photography. Thank you, Anand, for joining the chairing of this final session, which I'm very pleased to open now. The title of the final panel today is Institutional and Community Endeavors. And the panel's first speaker is Laura Phillips. Laura is Head of Interpretation and Display at Derby Museums, where she works across the museum and art gallery, Pickford House and Museum of Making Sites. Prior to this, Laura developed community relationships and co-developed programs at the British Museum. Particularly interested in how to make museums relevant and valuable to their local communities, her work focuses on exploration of age-friendly, intergenerational practice, ways of working that connect culture, health, and well-being, participatory practice, and building mutually beneficial relationships. Laura is also East Midlands champion for the Culture, Health, and Wellbeing Alliance. Laura's talk is titled Photographic Collections, Participation and Power, a View from Derby Museums. Thank you so much, Laura, for your contribution to our event today, and the screen is now all yours.
Thank you. As head of interpretation and display at Derby Museums, my role is to make attractive and interesting exhibitions and displays that are maybe educational, challenging, beautiful, moving, depending on your view of what you want as a museum visitor, and to develop new work that adds to our collections and helps us understand and interpret them in new ways that are useful, valuable, and relevant to the people in our locality, and that emphasise our shared histories, as well as trying to attract audiences when all the results of these things are displayed. Sam, who's pictured here, a leader and participant in one of the projects I'm talking about today, talks of touching people and bringing people back. She's talking about her use of music, soca and calypso, in her therapeutic work as a family support worker. She's also an amazing carnival troupe leader at Derby West Indian Community Association, and a carnival artist. So many, many hats and many, many talents. And just taking from what she said here, at Derby Museums, I guess we want to co-produce projects with community members and cross-disciplinary partners that touch people. And that brings something back or enrich our collections, bearing in mind that they're collections that belong to the City of Derby. This is a bit of a challenge, partly because our museum buildings, history, collections and collections records are our greatest assets, and they're also enmeshed with colonialism and the development of empire, the exploitation of materials, markets and workforces, and the recording and ordering of the world by and for Europeans in the pursuit of knowledge, power and money. In the last 30 years, budgets available for acquisitions have been virtually non-existent at Derby Museums. And although socially engaged work has become central to the museum sector, staff diversity does not usually reflect the locations museums are situated within. And it's understandably difficult to build relationships and trust with local communities and artists who feel Derby Museums is not a place for them, and that moreover museums are structures that have historically strengthened rather than challenged societal inequalities. I'm going to talk about two projects very briefly today, and my slides will include photography commissioned as part of both. These include portrait photography with final images selected for exhibition, and photography that's documented project processes and dialogues, and also historic photographs that have come into these projects from outside the museum. We've commissioned these significant photographic outputs to repopulate and reapproach our own collections at the museum, and enable participants to reclaim items in some cases that have been removed from their cultures of origin. We've also wanted to make and collect new work, and make really high quality work alongside this community engaged work. I don't think the two have to be separate. And to explore ways of addressing the power imbalance that usually tips in the favour of museums during their socially engaged practice. DWICA's project, Derby West Indian Community Association's project, was developed through collaboration, a jointly written bid to the National Lottery Heritage Fund, and a project that's co-led by both museum and DWICA staff members. But importantly for this project, which you can still visit, although the exhibition is now closed, you can still visit online through a VR recording. The project's funds that came from the National Lottery Heritage Fund are in DWICA's hands. So we as the museum, as the heritage partner, strengthened the bid but we are also very much the partners rather than the leaders on this project. The emphasis has been on the heritage of the association, which has obviously been often been misunderstood locally as just making Derby Caribbean Carnival happen each year, which is a big just. But actually we wanted to focus more on the year-long community support role the organisation holds, and also its vast heritage since the very early 60s when the association started to be put together. And you can see here in this photograph one of the carnival costumes that was made as part of the project, which was vast. It had huge numbers of outputs. And these are just a few images from the exhibition itself. And in these images, I just kind of want to mention that we included historic photography, some of which were images that were collected from members of DWICA and from the wider community. Also oral histories, and behind the lady in the rather tartan red coat, there's an old record player, and in the exhibition you could listen to headsets and listen to the oral histories that have been recorded as part of the project, and which relate some of the photographs that are on the wall there. And also we connected all of these things to Derby Museum's collections. So you can see there bus drivers' jackets, conductresses' jackets, items from manufacturers in Derby, where some of the individuals who spoke in the oral histories had worked, nurses' uniforms and paraphernalia. So there's a real desire to kind of really explore the heritage of the association, but also connect that in some way by repeopling Derby Museum's historic collections as well. And there's a real value, I think, in these photographs of people finding connections in our spaces, of talking to each other, of finding themselves, of finding people that they know. And there was a really lovely moment where we had a group in probably 10-year-olds from Pear Tree Infant School, and they were absolutely astonished to find one of their teaching assistants on the wall in one of our contemporary portraits photographs that was part of the project. And just the joy of realising how relevant, I guess, their Windrush explorations were to actual people that they knew was really, really important, I think. Oral histories have been really important to the project, but wouldn't have been as powerful, I don't think, without the photographic work of Ifile, who's worked with the sitters and their stories and various locations to create really thought-provoking portraits. So these were all exhibited. A whole selection of about 20 portraits were exhibited as part of the exhibition and have become part of the archive at Derby West Indian Community Association and also at Derby Museums as well. And they give a real, these slides give a tiny, tiny glimpse into the richness of what the project has collated for the participants, for their families, for the association, and both for Derby Museums, but also the county archives, because there's going to be a selection, a snapshot from the project that goes into the archives. Here you can have a tiny quote from Fitz, who was, he and his wife were both nurses, and his oral history is so rich in terms of peopling the nursing collections that we have at Derby Museums, which have absolutely no records that relate to West Indians, to people who originated in the Caribbean working within the local NHS and the hospitals locally. And here's Lloyd, who's, again, his kind of oral history really connects to some of our manufacturing collections. His story through his oral history is full of information about and kind of experiences that he had finding work as a young man in Derby after moving over from Jamaica, and eventually opening up his own motor mechanic business and owning his own garage. And you can see in those words there just how much kind of value was placed, kind of self-pride and self-identity through being able to talk about these stories. And these stories were only collected really because they were collected by somebody who worked within Derby West Indian Community Association. I think if it had been me who'd gone out to try and research these stories, I don't think they would have had the richness or the depth that they ended up having. And here are a few words also from our photographer who created these incredible portraits. And I think it's right that that these beautiful images are made with the participants, enriched by their stories and their voices, which is so important for future generations. They could only have been collected in partnership with DWICA and with a photographer comfortable to work collaboratively. And these are the first narratives of this kind to be added to the collection at Derby Museums, and the photographs will be the accessioned objects with the oral histories added to their collection records, spanning art and social history sections in our collections. I think something that we need to unpick over time. The second project I'm going to talk about is called Empowered Adornment, Women of Derby. And we were lucky enough to get some money from the Art Fund from their Respond and Reimagine Fund, enabling us to pay 2 interpretation producers to create something with a group of local people. It was literally as simple as that. It was purposefully left really open in the funding application so that these projects could be developed with the individuals that we were working with, and very much kind of on their own terms. One project lead was Anisha Palmer, who ran the Empowered Adornment project and developed it from scratch. Her work as a jewellery designer and maker has always reflected her exploration of her own heritage and themes of inheritance and of the passing of jewellery pieces between family members. And these are themes that she picks up a lot in her work. Anisha recruited a group of women to talk about ideas and experiences of womanhood, beauty, image and adornment, using their own museum objects, as conversation pieces, and to create spaces for dialogue. Here you can see the group with staff members meeting in our World Collections Gallery to have conversations. We got objects out, there was handling, there was a different kind of experience of interacting with collections during the project. And the process, again, was so important, creating the right space, the right feel, the right context for these potentially quite difficult conversations. And there was a lot of emotion and a lot of kind of personal input from project participants and also the whole team that worked on this project. And so that kind of teamwork and the relationships were absolutely essential to be built correctly. And again, in a way that I probably couldn't have done alone, certainly couldn't have done alone. Afile and Sophia Yala were brought in as photographers, filmmakers to document the processes, but they didn't come in, simply swoop in to do a day here or a day there in a project that spanned many months. They were absolutely involved throughout the whole project, helping to support the broader development of the project and also sharing their personal connections and reflections. So their roles really shifted between professional photographer, artist, and project participant. And I think this method of working hinged on relationships within and around the group, enabling the richness of the project outcomes, which included documentary film, interviews, zine work, magazine work, film, and these final images that you see here, which were made collaboratively between the team and the participants. I'm trying to give as much space here for Anisha's work and for the project team's work as possible, purely because that's what's important and made the project what it was. I guess I think of myself as facilitating these projects to a degree, but the passion, the creativity, generosity, and the often emotional labour is very much from the project teams and the participants from these projects. And I just feel extremely lucky to have been part of these collaborations.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Ooh.
Really rich, wonderful talk. Are you still at the middle? I'm not sure.
Yeah, if that's okay, just a couple more minutes.
You are. Yes, that's absolutely fine. No problem at all.
Okay, and this is another image from Ashley with Sophia's voice here talking about her experience. And also the words of Afile. And I think really clearly at the end here, the final word has to be his. And the final paragraph here really resonates with me. I feel this kind of work is essential until museum workforces better reflect their localities. I think it's important to remember that the increased emphasis on social justice in museums hasn't come from within the sector, but has been the result of grassroots activism and external pressure. These projects have been extremely beneficial in many ways for Derby Museums, as well as having real value for co-producers, participants and visitors to the exhibitions. And the key thing is I couldn't have created them. I couldn't explore the complexities of these stories, nor could I have imagined these kinds of powerful images. And that's me, thanks.
That's great. Thank you very much. This time it is the end of the talk. Really appreciate that, Laura. Very rich talk, and I really hope we're going to get some questions from the public as well. Over to you, Anand. You're on mute.
Thank you, Gil. Yeah, the panel's second speaker is Sabah Chowdhury. Sabah has over 15-year experience as a creative producer and curator. She has worked at international world-class festivals, projects, and events, and she is also co-founder and co-director of ReFramed. Currently producing projects for PhotoWorks, Open Light Gallery, and Format Festival. She is also on the jury for Unstuck, the Ian Parry Scholarship, and the RPS Women in Photography Bursary. Sabah is also a steering group member for Format Festival, a board member for Red Eye Photography Network, and an RPS trustee. Sabah's talk is titled Photographers of Color Navigating the Art Scene. Thank you very much, Sabah, and for being here with us today. The screen is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Gil. Also, yeah, thank you to Gil for inviting ReFramed and myself and Jagdish to join and work with you on this really great event. I really enjoyed all the presentations so far. Thank you to Montfort University as well, and also to Laura and Mark who are working in the background. Compared to today's speakers, I have a very, very boring presentation. No images at all, which is really shocking as somebody who works with photography every day. So I do apologize for that, but I don't think I could have really met the previous speakers' images anyway. But it's really great to see a lot of symmetry across the different talks. I'll be talking similarly about some things that have already kind of been spoken about today. So I'm going to cover three main topics: ethnic diversity in photography institutions, organizations working with artists, and artists working with organizations. I won't talk for too long, but I do appreciate any comments or questions that you have at the end. I'll happily take them. So firstly, ethnic diversity in photography institutions and also galleries, museums, all across really the art sector. There is a need for diversity across all levels in institutions. So this means, similar to what Guy was saying earlier about also education, you need people of color working within your organizations, entry-level positions, mid-level positions, senior-level positions, management, and also the board. And you cannot just have one person working in an organization. You need multiple people. So if you have 20, 30 people working and you have 1 or 2 people of color, that's really not enough. So you need to look at your organization and work out exactly, why that is. A couple of examples: Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery in the Midlands, they have recently taken on 2 directors of color and 2 CEOs, and I'm really interested to see what kind of how different the program will be going forward. They came into post recently during COVID. New Art Exchange is an organization based in Nottingham. They've had a history of working with a lot of really broad artists, especially artists of color, in the last 20, 30 years. And they were previously led by Skinder Handal, who did a really brilliant job on bringing a lot of diversity to the program. They have a new director recently, and I think there's been a restructure in the organization as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that would play out, because most of the team working at New Art Exchange historically have been people of color. And this has really mattered when working with organizations, with artists and the public. And obviously Nottingham is a very diverse city, and you need, if you're working in that community, then you really need people of color working at the organization. So there are a lot of, these are only 2 organizations I'm talking about at the moment, but there are obviously a lot of organizations around the UK. A lot of them are led by, organizations are led by women, which is really brilliant. But there is still a long way to go with diversity, ethnic diversity, and also other protected characteristics. Today I'm concentrating on ethnicity, given the talk, the photographers of color navigating the art scene. But I do generally talk about all kind of diversity and lack of representation does really matter in organizations. If you are an organization that if you want to increase your diversity and the attendance that comes to your talks, to your events, your exhibitions, but your team are all white, then how can you make that change? Really, how can you need people of color working within the organization to help make that change, basically. So in this slide, I'll talk a little bit about how organizations can work with artists to help be more diverse, be more inclusive. So monitoring data and stuff enable diversity across all political characteristics. It's really important to have monitoring data on the people that you work with, your employees. If you don't have that, then how do you really know what you can change? If you're a very small team, obviously you may already know what information you have on monitoring. But if you're a slightly larger organization, 5, 10, 12, 20 people, then it's really important to conduct this monitoring data, because ethnicity is something that you can tell. If somebody is of color, you will know. But there are other things, other political characteristics that you may not know about necessarily. But if you do not find out this information, it's really difficult to make the changes. Equity as well as equality. So it's definitely important to have equality in a workplace. But what else are you doing to help? If you have people of color working with you, what are you doing to help them go further? Or if you don't have them, then what things are you putting in place to make sure that you are giving them extra support that they need? Are you making concessions for people from ethnic minorities, and what are those concessions that you are making? If, for example, somebody applies to a job and they are a person of color, let's say they're Pakistani and they're from a working class background. A lot of people of color are from working class backgrounds in the arts, and they may not have the ability to fill out a really great application form because they do not have the skills, the education. Maybe writing is just not their strong suit. It's definitely not mine. I know that. I'm really terrible at writing any kind of funding applications. And if I apply for a job and it says funding application, I'm like, no, thank you. But I'm trying to be better, and I try to. And if somebody has made a concession when it comes to the application form, for example, I'll get onto that for a minute. In a minute. But yeah, it's really important to make those concessions and really think about those things, the wording that you use. Evaluate the artists you work with. What did I mean by this? Yes. So think about the artists that you're working with. If you work with 10 artists a year, and 8 of these artists are white, and then 2 of them are of color, but 8 of the artists are getting much bigger commissions, and the artists of color are getting much smaller commissions, and that's not very. It's not great. It's terrible. It's not equality and also equity. It's really kind of look at how you're working with your white artists and how you're working with artists of color. There are organizations out there who give some organizations that give white artists larger commissions because they've worked with them or because they're well known. But how are the artists of color going to be well known, or I say well known, if they don't receive the similar kind of commissions? It's really tricky for artists of color. So just look at those kinds of things, because evaluate the artists that you work with, and you cannot just do like a tick box exercise. And it's like with education. If you look at obviously there's a huge lack of diversity, ethnic diversity, across all educational institutions. But if you look at the gender, the female-male ratio, male counterparts are usually getting much bigger, have more hours, and women are on much less hours. And this is, you can look at universities and photography education across the country, and you'll see that it's true that men still get paid more. And it's similar with artists that you work with. Why are you paying white men who are probably privileged more than you are paying artists of color? It's definitely something to think about. I think that organizations really need to change the way that they work with artists and really support and be advocates for artists of color. Bringing in teams, people to support projects. So if you're working with an artist from, or working on a project in Malaysia, for example, you could go and do that. If you're an all-white team, you can go and work out there in Malaysia. You can work with the organization, or you can bring in somebody from the UK who is also Malaysian to come and work with you as a producer on that project, or as a curator to kind of help support them. I think this is also really important. I don't think that people really think about. They offer opportunities to people of color, but they don't really think about how that will happen, how that will work. Like Lydia mentioned earlier, actually, she said about V&A work very differently now than how they did then. They work in a much more collaborative way, which is, I think, very important. You must work collaboratively, and you must think how you can really work. If you're working with a Pakistani artist and you're creating their work, and you're a white person, you don't have that background knowledge of their upbringing, of their story. So bring in a Pakistani curator, bring in somebody who understands South Asian, whoever it is, but make these concessions for your artists, for yourself. It's fine if you have a curator. If you're all white team, then you have to look at how you can change that. The language used for your recruitment is very important. This is if you have a really very long application and you're listing all these things that are probably people don't connect with, using big words, then just scrap all that. Just keep it simple. We all know that women apply for jobs if they meet 80% of the criteria, whereas men apply for jobs and they meet 40% of the criteria. And it's even less if you look at people of color. They will if they meet maybe 90%, then they will they will apply for a job. So you really have to think about what kind of language you're using and make sure this is accessible, and actively recruit diverse applicants. Like you also mentioned, headhunt, find somebody that you think is really great and that would work really well in your organization, and ask them to apply for a job. Talk about it. This is something that organizations don't do enough. If you're an all-white organization and there's 20 of you and you don't talk about the lack of diversity, then what changes are you actually making? Just talk about it. Have a meeting about it. It's something that is not really talked about at all. It's kind of frowned upon, and it shouldn't be. Something that should, we need white allies, basically. If you're an ally, you need to talk about this lack of diversity in your organization, and talk about it with people of color, talk about it with white people, talk about it with your teams, and just figure out how you can make those changes, because they are simply very little changes that you can make, like recruiting people of color. And if they're not applying for your jobs, then why are they not applying for your jobs? Does your application not say, we welcome something along the lines of, we welcome applications from people of color because we realize that there is a lack of diversity across our organization and we're trying to change this? Please use wording like that. I won't apply for a job unless there's wording like that in the application. But mean it. Don't just say because you're ticking a box. Actually have the desire to want to change. Without that desire, and then you won't change, basically. There's a really great website, inclusivehires.com. You can actually just ask them to do the work for you. They'll come in, they'll talk to you about your applications, they'll help you recruit for more diverse applications. Okay, so I feel like I'm running out of time. Next slide. Artists working with organizations. So as if you're an artist, do not be afraid to approach organizations. Even if they work with primarily white artists, it's more of a reason for you to, approach them and say, well, I'm an artist of color, I'm making work locally. Can we have a meeting, just have a coffee? If they say no, then just keep trying. Meet them some other way. People are often very busy, so they may not have the time, but go to their openings, just to be at the openings and show that you're an approachable person, you're a great person to work with, and networking is very important. Approach them and just say, this is who I am, this is the work that I'm making, I'd love to have a coffee with you. Making those connections is very important, not just with people who you think they can get you somewhere, but anybody in the organization. Challenge tokenism or other behavior. So if you're asked to do an exhibition and there are 12 artists and you're only a person of color, then challenge that. Say that you don't feel comfortable being the only tokenistic person within this exhibition. I think a lot of artists of color and people generally are afraid to speak up a bit about an organization or challenge them because they're afraid that they might lose their exhibition or anything else. But it's important to have those conversations because often organizations or people don't realize that they've done what they're doing, but it needs to be challenged nevertheless. I challenge enough people in my, unfortunately, I'm not sure how to look at it, but I do challenge people, I challenge organizations. If anybody is unsure about something, please call me, please message me on Instagram. and I'll try and help you if you like, if you're stuck on anything. Ask for feedback. If you're not selected for an opportunity, for a job, whatever it is, you can ask them for feedback, and just keep applying. Don't let it put you off. And speak to fellow peers about experiences. You're not alone. Many people go through rejection and feeling alone and feeling like the only person within an organization who's trying to make a difference, whatever it is. But you're not alone. Everybody's going through something similar. Many people are going through something similar. If you're a person of color, then you are also feeling the same problems or challenges, wherever it is. But just you're not alone. Just work. And it's really important for white people to be, allies. You have to be allies with people from all diverse people, all pretty characteristics. Just try and be allies and support them as much as you can. Okay, thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sabah. Very good set of advice that I think apply far beyond the world of British photography and photography, but definitely incredibly useful both for those who are trying to make their way into this environment, but also for those of us who work for such environments and need to improve our understanding of how to adjust and understand really that we are dealing with a very diverse public at the end of the day, not speaking about any specific community, but everybody. So thank you very much. I hope we're going to have some questions from the public as well. Just to remind everybody, we're going to have a Q&A session right after this panel. We only have one more talk to go, and over to you, Anand, to introduce our final speaker, after which we will have our Q&A session.
Thank you, Gil. The panel's third and final speaker is Ismail Kokan. Ismail is a British visual artist of Bangladeshi origin based in Nottinghamshire, working to platform the experiences of communities whose members have been systematically marginalised. His work has most recently been featured in Look Photo Biennial, Liverpool 22, and Format 21, International Photography Festival, and Diffusion International Photography Festival in Wales in 2021 as well. In addition to his artistic practice, Ismail is also on the steering group for Contemporary Visual Arts Network in the East Midlands and one of the resident associate artists in the New Art Exchange in Nottingham. Ismail's talk is titled At the Crossroads. Thank you very much, Ismail, for your contribution to the event. The screen is all yours.
Thank you, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Great. Thank you, everyone. It was really, really lovely talking, and I really enjoyed. I'm Ismail. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm a visual artist, but specializing in photography. My own experience as an immigrant to the UK has allowed me to develop an informed and empathic approach towards those that I depict. I work constantly to platform the experience and stories of those communities who have been systematically marginalized. I came to UK with the great intention to learn about other culture as well as new way to perceive art. My presentation is all about how to overcome barriers as an immigrant, how mental well-being can be affected, and how to become positive, and how great networking really mitigate your needs. On the picture, you can see that this is one of the picture my friend was taking in Bangladesh when I was in Fine Art Department in Dhaka University. This is the last picture of my dad, 2010, when I came to this country. And that was the last conversation I had with my dad. He died. I couldn't go to Bangladesh. So my mental being was really, really affected. So I'm not the one, I think many of us like that. On the left-hand side, the picture that was in my dad's room, it is one of the inspiration what I become an artist today. But that was the first picture I grown up with. At the Crossroad, this is one of the project currently I'm doing, developed, is funded by Art Council. The first I know about developing your creative practice through Jagadish Patel, who is an artist and a curator, as well as an art educator in Nottingham. I remember the question I asked him that, is it for me? Should I apply? The answer he gave me, I still remember that if you don't apply, you don't know where you are at. So you'll know exactly what to develop. So that was a first really, really great inspirational quote for me in my artistic career, which I'm going to talk to you later on. The first question I came to my mind before I do the project was that I'm happy here. If I'm happy here, how much I'm happy here, how my mental well-being was really affected because I live far from my family, my culture, my roots. So it was more about understanding about me and people like me around my cities. And is all the immigrants are deprived from our needs in the country, or are they losing their roots? Through this project, I aim to establish a creative dialogue with 5 to 8 families individual to create a series of portraits using photography, text, and audio recording, interpreting and reflecting a deeper understanding of people's personal experience of mental health during political, social, and environment upheaval in their home countries. Looking at current events, including the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan or Russia and Ukrainian war current position. But my great intention was to how we can perceive other people, mental well-being. Sometimes we live in a society, we don't know what is happening to next door. As an immigrant, I felt that it is very important for me to understand how other people are feeling, to be honest. And on the left-hand side of the picture, you can see his name is Fatush. He's from Kosovo. He came to this country last 20 years. These 20 years, he couldn't see his family. He couldn't see his children. Neither he can go back to his country, nor his family can come here. So it was really, really shocking to know how he is passing through. So in this picture, you can see a boy with a cart is an immigrant story. And that was a master project I did in Westminster University during my MA project. And he becomes sad and upset, means once I finished my study, I really didn't know what to do. And no one really told me that, oh, you can seek help outside of the university. What is really art grants do? What is DYPC mean? And how to seek help, an example, where to go, what are you going to do with the university education? There wasn't any mentor, one-to-one mentor program for me. I didn't even have the confidence to ask what to ask for, to be honest. So later on, once I finished my study and I have a family commitment, my newborn boy came to the world, I got a retail job. I completely left my artistic career and I was all with my family and supporting my family. It was important that time, but at the same time, I was always wanted to come back to art. And it's a few years I haven't even had chance to come back to art, and I didn't have chance to go to gallery. I was really, really frustrated. And it wasn't easy for me, neither my wife, neither me, born here, and how to look after family. My wife, she was at home. I have to work full time, almost 6 days a week, to be honest. And my artistic career was almost gone and died. So here is the light of hope. I came to Nottingham 2019, and COVID-19 was one of the projects I was doing with ReFramed. This is the network where I start finding myself, to be honest, and who can kind of give me advice and really help me to understand what development I really need, to be honest, to become an artist and photographer. So that was the first approach, first real big project for me. And in this project, let me see. Yeah. In this project, I'll just a little bit tell about the project, why I did this project. In 2022, I received support from ReFramed network and my artistic career began to take off. In April 2020, I was diagnosed with COVID-19. Myself and the rest of my family were isolated for many weeks. I wanted to learn how other people, minority background, were coping in these difficult times. I met people, mostly random stranger, and conducted extended in anthropographic interviews. Usually, these were recorded on my phone, and later I would transcribe into the interview and use them to express them through their photographs. The photo painting were paying homage to my home country, Nottingham, but also in memory of my homeland in Bangladesh and artistic background I took on my journey. So that was one of the book, The Traveling Wall is Not Arriving, was published through ReFramed. And my photograph was later on, was exhibited in format 21. This is my son picture before Halloween. This is Ricky Richard. He's a football coach and he's from Jamaica. So I try to learn about other people's voice, to be honest, during the COVID-19. But to be honest with this project, when I was doing is something really important. I realized that in 2005, I did ask question to one of the gallery owner that, oh, I want to take a part of one of the exhibition for your gallery. And it was in Cheltenham, I still remember. And the person said to me that, do you have any degree to study in this, to have an exhibition here? So I said, no, I don't have a degree here yet, but I'm an artist. He said, no, you have to have a degree and to showcase your work to here. So I believe that sometimes it's really, really important that to understand, to become an artist, do I really need education? Or if I need an education, who to go to be honest? It wasn't a great answer for me because instead of inspiring me, I was really demotivated, to be honest, in that case. For me, ReFrame is one of the places where I got help from Seva Chaudhary, an example, mentoring session 1-to-1 for DYPC, an example, Anand Chhabra, Jagadish Patel. So they kind of changed my life in a way that they reframe my artistic development practice, to be honest. So my key focus at the moment is photography through them. Then later on, I joined with the Lightbox Red Eye. This is one of the online project I did, to be honest, not project, course. And also I'm a part of Inc., a collective of 6 photographers brought together during the pandemic, located across 6 different regions of the country, striving towards sustainable and accessible working practice. Inc. aimed to unfold visual stories from the memory's diverse perspective. For this project, I explored the culture of customer East European beekeeper, working with immigrants beekeeper Mariusz Shady, a Polish national who established his bee farm in East Bridgeford, Nottingham, to realize his vision of producing sustainable honey and educating his community about Polish beekeeping. So with the Lightbox and Ink, that was another opportunity for me to understand about visual art, what to develop, how to get mentorship, how to criticize work, an example. I remember still that there was an event through Red Eye that it was about DYPC grant event, that is it for me? So I joined to the event and I realized that what kind of question I should ask for myself, what kind of question I should look for the answer. And it was a really, really great help. So in this picture, you can see it's a New Midland group. This is a organization really helped me later on to develop my artistic practice. So New Midland Group is a consortium of backlit 130 Street, Weir Primary, developing the profile of sustainability of contemporary art in Midland. NMG delivered an 18-month project intended to support established artists, individuals with interest in work in contemporary art, and anyone in between. So this is one of the gallery who really helped to underrepresented and undervalued artists in the society. So we was 15 artists from different part of the country. NMG really helped me to understand also how to seek help, how to get mentorship, and they really helped me for my DYPC, and I'm really happy with that. And one name I definitely have to mention, there's so many people helped me, is lots of people, but one of the name is Colette Griffin. She's a regional director for East Midland, and she really helped me for till now, that anything I have, to be honest, I'd seek help, and she's always very friendly. So sometimes it is important that you are looking for some mentor who's going to help you from the beginning to the end. Build, Create, Play project is one of the projects I did locally, and it is a project about local voice. So the park is Colonial State Park, and it was really neglected for last many years. So I have been running some workshop, and there was an artist, Charlotte Tropper. She has been working the last 3 years. I recently joined as a workshop leader, and now council is thinking to change the workshop because we made lots of protest. Lots of ideas came from local people, local children, and in the second page you can see that there was a protest. Children was really keen to look for the playground needs to be changed, and this is the final design through art from the local council. So what I try to say in this project, to be honest, that any great intention you have, you just need to keep believing yourself and just keep applying, keep moving forward. It's not easy to get through grants, to be honest, but you need to make sure that you keep applying. East Meets West, this is a master program I'm going to take today, take this year. I have been waiting for the last 3 years. I wasn't ready, but this year I was lucky enough, and I got the opportunity to be part of the East Meets West project. In this project, I will try to find myself more about what I really want, what kind of person I am, what I'm looking for, to be honest. It can be identity, it can be a social practice. I don't know yet, but that would be a great opportunity for me. So finally, currently the organization I'm working with is few of them. One of them is Backlit Gallery. I'm become a trustee for the board member. I'm also associate artist for New Art Exchange, primarily gallery subgroup. Also, I'm a member of a steering group member, CVAN. So it is sometimes it's important that the gallery, you need to know the gallery ethics and your ethics. If it is combined two things together, you can work together. And 4 galleries I'm talking about, they are working behind equality, diversity, inclusion. And it is important that the way I seek help or the way I got help from people, I want to give back the same. And this 4 institute really keen to support those undervalued artists, undervalued organization. And lastly, this is a picture I took in the street during the Russian war and Ukrainian war. It's still happening, but that was a protest in the street. The little boy is looking at me. And my question is to everyone, how we can make sure everyone will be treated equally. And so many of artists, they really lost in their life. And I'm lucky enough because of lots of help I get from ReFrame and uncountable organizations like New Midland Group, New Art Exchange, Backlit, an example, Refugee Road, sorry if I don't say many names, Red Eye, an example. But many artists in this country are deprived from their needs and they're not seeking help. They don't know how to seek help. How we can, as an organization or institute at a university, how we can make sure that everybody is treated equally. Not everybody has the great skills of English, doesn't have the great accent. They don't know how to write an application example. They don't know how to use Grantinium system example. So we really need to know how to develop an artist, how to develop a student who came from so far in this country, how their mental well-being is suffering, because they don't see their family's culture and roots, to be honest. So it is lots of things to think about. I know the Black Lives Matters really change a lot. There's change a lot of our perception, but still lots of work needs to be done. As many galleries still looking for famous artists, but we need to help the local artists as well as underrepresented artists. So thank you for listening to me. I was really fast because 15 minutes is not enough, I believe, to tell about my work and to tell about the British photography, what I think about that, and also name everybody who really helped me. And I believe if you have the confidence yourself, if you have better believe yourself and seeking help, as Seva Chaudhary is saying, if you're failure once, it doesn't mean you need to stop. You just need to keep applying, be out there, and you'll be fine. And again, thank you for listening to me and giving the opportunity to share my artistic practice through photography today. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ismail. We are thanking you, of course, for your talk and for your contribution to the event. Ismail's was the final talk. We are now going to open the Q&A for this panel. Just a reminder for those of you who watch us from behind the screen, you can post your questions and comments in the chat box. Please aim to ask questions related specifically to issues to do with photography in the context of British culture, even more specifically. Thank you, Anand. I think you've got a question. You're on mute again.
Not doing very well with that.
I'm not going to hire you to CNN.
No, but my dog keeps barking in the background. So okay, so yeah, hello. Question is to Laura. In fact, this was a question I was dying to ask Lydia at the V&A, but we ran out of time. I kind of have a kind of bugbear a little bit about an area that I just feel that is untouched in terms of how organizations or institutions come up with diversity, and it has to do within their own leadership. So, you know, I welcome all the co-creation and co-production, and it's almost like a byword amongst arts organizations and photography organizations. I welcome it. It's wonderful. It's good. It's brilliant to see what you've done with the project with the West Indian Community Association as well, and the way you were talking about their involvements and different partnerships, etc., which was great. And what my question is, to switch it back the other way towards an institution, organization like Derby Museums, how are you, and to also, you know, remind people what Gia mentioned earlier, as well as Sabah has, about training people of color into your organizations, so that the public, who tend to be very multicultural, feel represented when they approach organization. What's happening in that area for organizations today? What would, say, Derby Museums be doing about that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think, as you know, hopefully from our presentation, in terms of the work that we're doing, that is co-production. We're aiming for that to support with the diversification of our workforce. I think more recently, in terms of Derby Museums itself, there's been work to make quite a lot of changes on our board of trustees, which is all kind of information is publicly available, to give a sense of the fact that we've recruited quite a number of new trustees, and so we're working maybe in a way, I don't know how reflective this is of the sector as a whole, but to make sure that there's that representation right at the top of the organisation in the governance structure, and certainly in terms of recruitment, I completely echo a lot of the things that Sabah was saying, that we're trying to create opportunities that are paid opportunities, even if they're shorter term. We're trying to create opportunities that are skill sharing and have transferable skills in them. So a lot of the projects that I spoke about today and only touched on, really, they have traineeships embedded in them. There's a lot of project work in terms of kind of making sure there's care and support, sometimes kind of therapeutic support, actually, for people that we're working with. And also our recruitment processes have changed hugely. We've got a slightly different situation because we've actually hired rather than kind of shrunk our staff down in the last couple of years, because we've had so much work going on and new developments in the Museum of Making opening. But in terms of recruitment, we have made real efforts to kind of not make the recruitment process easier, but to simplify them and to make them more flexible. So, as an example, kind of using things like Video Ask, so that people can apply on using videos rather than application forms and that kind of thing, and have a lot more conversations with staff and encourage that kind of pre-recruitment, pre-application conversations. So there's a lot of work going on within the sector, but until it bears fruit, it's not good enough. And I think that's the bottom line, really.
And I personally asked you that question because, especially when Lydia was talking about the work that she's done with Black Cultural Archives, I thought that was quite interesting as well. But then the question that always come back in my consciousness, people are asking from POC communities, you know, why is this lady maybe talking about this collection? Now, I don't know where I stand on that just yet. I have to say, it's a hard one. But, it's just a question out there that some people do raise, and just trying to see how we navigate through that at this time as well. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, and I would echo that in terms of the kind of comfort level of coming to talk about the projects that I've spoken about today as well. And actually in terms of actually who should be speaking about those projects and who kind of owns them and has that kind of voice. And I know you kind of asked me as the kind of person working within Derby Museums, but I would say that all of the project participants and the people working on those projects were part of those teams that were made up of kind of staff members and non-staff members, but many of them have had a kind of financial aspect to place what I would say is kind of not exactly proper value, but value on the kind of work they've done as part of those projects. But any one of them could have sat here today, and I think it is worth reflecting on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask also a question that I think Laura is probably going to land with you, but it is equally, well, I'm going to ask it in two ways, because I think there is quite a lot that Sabah and Ismail can probably contribute to this discussion. So I think that, I don't think it is well known that discrimination and lack of equal opportunities for a very long time have basically led to various diverse types of divides. We heard, I think, from Sabah, for instance, about literary divide, visual literacy divide, digital literacy divide that I brought up in our talk earlier, and that brings the question of training, which I believe is what at the core of Anand's questions about how to also create opportunities not only to open the gallery spaces for photographers, but also to provide a level of training to enable more opportunities for others. And in this respect, I wanted to ask two questions. Firstly, Laura, if you can tell us a little bit more, I know that you mentioned a little bit, but if you can expand a little bit about outreach activities from the museum, how the museum goes about identifying specific communities or groups who may partner with you, or is it following external requests, somebody else approaching you? What about other communities who no doubt also live in the region of Derby Museums who could have participated in such and such projects, but maybe they either don't have the time, don't have the resources, don't have the skills? So if you can say something about that. I know it's a very big question, so apologies in advance, to your best ability. And meanwhile, I will introduce the second part of the question, which I think is mainly for Sabah and Ismail. And this is perhaps not going to make me very popular in this context, but as I said, partly I'm trying to also be devil's advocate to tease out some of your responses and reactions. I'm wondering, what about the responsibility of the communities themselves? If you can tell us a little bit about the initiatives that you're familiar with, at least, of people like yourselves who obviously have gone a long way. You are here today, you are sharing with us your experiences. What opportunities do people like yourselves have, and what else the communities which you represent here in inverted commas, I should say today, what else do you think communities can do to provide training within the community so that there is a sense of more independence and responsibility rather than reliance on the very same systems and structures that are to some extent also at the heart of the problem? I hope that makes sense. I'll leave you to think about that, and meanwhile, Laura, if you want to have a go.
Yeah, so in terms of identifying groups, I think there's a bit of a mixture that goes on in terms of that. I think quite a lot of the work that I do is now kind of word of mouth, and that I have a lot of people who come to me and kind of ask to be kind of collaborating or doing something, or what might we do together. But we also do seek out organisations. So with Derby West Indian Community Association, as an example, I approached the centre and just said, do you fancy doing something? And for us at Derby Museums, we try and keep it as open as that. And then the ideas for what that might be, in order to make sure that it's beneficial for everybody involved in the project, are developed together. So the process with Derby West Indian Community Association, as just one example, is that we probably had conversations for 12 months and developed a kind of project idea, something that we would like to do together, and then co-wrote the funding application. And as I say, that all of the money from that application goes to West Indian Community Association, and so they have the kind of financial control over that project. But I support them with the delivery, and part of the reason I support them with delivery is because it's a big project, and actually the reality of that organisation for them, almost entirely run by volunteers. It's actually very difficult to run those big projects that are lottery funded or whatever. There's a huge amount of paperwork, there's a lot of reporting, there's a lot of financial stuff that you need to do, as I'm sure many people here will be aware. And so actually being able to kind of give some additional staffing resource, for want of a better word, has been really helpful for that. And in terms of training as well, I think that project is built on transferable kind of heritage skill sharing between different generations, everything from carnival making all the way through to photographic skills, kind of digitizing collections, all kinds of stuff. And within that, there's a traineeship, and we're also involved in quite a few traineeship, internship type projects, which generally have a positive action focus or an emphasis, so that we're trying to draw individuals in. What I would say is the flip side of that is that in a sector that doesn't have very many job opportunities, or a huge amount of mobility within the jobs within the institutions as well, sometimes feel like you're almost setting people up, and you're kind of, they do a 12-month traineeship or a 6-month traineeship, and then it's like, right, where's the job? And it's like, well, actually there isn't a job, and actually where else could you go? And no matter how much support you might be able to give, sometimes that can be really challenging. So we always do try and, well, two things, I guess. Two of the many things that we try and do is, one is that we try and make sure that there are lots of transferable skills within those traineeships and within that the project work that we do. And we also try and get involved a lot with higher education, university education, colleges, etc., to support people to be involved in the museum and in heritage from different courses, lots of live briefs, lots of partnership working where students can work directly on what we're doing, whether it's filmmaking or photography or all kinds of things. And we also do quite a lot of CPD work as well. One of the main emphases of the Museum of Making is to bring arts back into STEAM and STEM. So we have a STEAM Institute, which leads sessions for educators to try and bring that learning back into the curriculum as well. So we work on loads and loads of different levels. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question a little bit at least.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very, very big question, as I said. I think you dealt with it very, very well. Thank you very much for that. And Seba, Ismail, which one of you would like to take up the next one? I can
make a start.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Gil. I think there's a little bit of responsibility on artists of color, or creators of color, producers of color working in the community, and this is something that ReFramed are trying to work on, is working with the community to try and help enable more discussion, more engagement, more arts. But it's not really down just to us, because the gatekeepers are all white organizations, and if you want organizations, if arts institutions, museums want people to go and visit their museum institutions, and they have to go and work with people like ReFramed, people who are working in the community already, to help make those steps, right? Make those changes. So it's about creating those connections. Me and Anand, BCVA, are working on a project. It hasn't started yet, so I can't really say too much, but we're working with an organization, and we were going into Pakistani and Indian community. And they've, working on it very collaboratively. So we're working closely with the organization, and but me and Anand, we're part of that community. So we're going to go there and work, but we've got the support of this organization, who are a white-led organization, but they're working collaboratively with us. So they're kind of helping us get into the community, so the community can go back, hopefully, to the institution. So it's about making those connections and working collaboratively, but also finding people of color to come and work at your organization, so that they can go and work, and then asking them to go and do learning engagement activities within the communities. So again, it's back to hiring people of color so they can go and actually do work in the communities. But you have to put the effort in. Organizations need to put the effort in and the time, and to find those connections, make those connections, and actually put money in to supporting these roles, supporting these artists, supporting communities. Because obviously communities, I'm from the Pakistani community, and there's very little art in the history of where I grew up, and so for Pakistanis who go into the arts and photography, they will feel very isolated. So communities need to do more. But yeah, it comes down to I think many different people are responsible for going and making the changes, but it can't just be down to the people of color doing that.
Of course, I completely agree. Ismail, meanwhile, informed me that due to the internet connection, he and possibly others have not been able to hear the question that I posed. So just to repeat very briefly, a lot of the discussion today has been, of course, about so-called authorized organizations, and now they act or function as gatekeepers, and as a consequence, basically, there's many people out there from the public who, of various communities, who cannot necessarily participate in what we consider to be British culture in general terms, as mainstream, in mainstream terms. And my question was about, okay, we know that authorized organization can and should do a lot more, but then there are also people like yourselves who have gone already quite a long way, and you have kind of, in a very autodidactic manner, perhaps, you trained yourself, you understand the systems better, you know better how things can be done. And my question was about opportunities for knowledge exchange within the community. So you've got, for example, fantastic initiatives, as Sabah just mentioned, the BCVA and ReFramed. I'm wondering if there is anything else that the community can do. And of course, this is not to say it should be only the responsibility of the community. I'm asking simply because I feel that the systems of authorized organizations are aspiring, I believe, to be transparent. But in order to understand transparency, you also need certain skills that sometimes one doesn't have. So how do you basically go about finding your way around with organizations such as Derby Museums? Clearly, they're making an effort. Clearly, it's something that they welcome and want. What the communities can do to facilitate and create almost like an internal pathway towards such initiatives, to take advantage of just such initiatives, and to inspire further collaboration and co-creation of the kind. So this might have been a little bit of a speech by now. I'm sorry about that, Ismail, but if you would like to chip in, if you feel that you can and want to respond to that.
No, I don't have much to say, to be honest, but what I believe is the communication needs to be happen. The conversation needs to be happen. In the beginning of the conversation, Anand sir was saying that the conversation must have to be happen. Keen to develop relationship with art gallery, right? So community need to be really, really engaged with all the galleries. They need to really find and focus on underrepresented artists and organization, and they really work together as a collaborative team. So many art organizations, they are looking for famous artists, as I told a bit earlier, but also at the same time, what kind of plan they have to develop those artists who are undervalued, who never came to take any part of exhibition, an example, or sometimes gallery doesn't really have to really look for an artist for exhibition, but sometimes gallery look for an artist for a speaker, an example, or run workshop and things like that. There's a lot of area where community and art organization can work with an artist. Because I'm an artist myself, the gallery I work for, I never had an exhibition, but I did still work with them. So there is a lot of skills an artist can have, and the community and art organizations really need to find out, to be honest, what this person really can. Maybe he's not ready for the exhibition, but he's ready for running workshop or running some project, as an example. So this is from my perspective, to be honest. And Derby Museum, so far I know, they're really working with local communities, especially with Art Code, and they're really doing fantastic job. And but conversation must have to happen. It's not just once. It needs to keep repeating. Even though it's monotonous, but it needs to be keep repeating and keep having this conversation. I hope this is the kind of answer you was looking for. Yeah.
Yes, it wasn't a question as such, of course, but I think it was a subject for discussion, and I think all three of you, Laura, Sabah, and you, Ismail, you addressed this very complex issue very well, I believe. I don't think there is one correct answer, of course, but I do believe it's a subject that necessitates further discussion, because it is my sense from my personal experience working as well with communities that sometimes it's not that there is no willingness, but sometimes there is not enough awareness, either of how the system operates or the stages that need to be followed in order to make one's way into this world. And I believe, as I think you said, and Sabah as well, it needs to be a shared responsibility. I think it cannot be one-sided. And there is quite a long way to go, probably. But I feel, at least as far as people in this room are concerned, there is definitely a lot already happening in this direction, and there is definitely willingness and eagerness to make it happen, which is not to say everywhere, not to say everyone, but in this room, at least, we can safely say this is the case. Anand, would you like to add anything? Only if you have. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I was just going to say, I think that communities are definitely, excuse me, need educating, as you says, because there's a dearth of understanding what the arts is. So to paint a picture, this is what we do with Black Country Visual Arts on the Apton Heritage Archive. The institutions wanted to work but never got in there because language issues and no desire to actually learn a new language and understand the culture as such. And the Punjabi community that were there en masse, were economically migrant community in one sense. They were there to, get better economically. They didn't really teach their kids, art or culture, but yet the way to educate them was really to show them that within India, the art and culture is prevalent, and you use their own community, their own religion, their own culture to communicate that. So why that's important and what we're trying to do as well. It's a big factor into that. But I just wanted to add that little sub point in there.
That's great. Okay, unless any of the panelists have anything else to add, I think we can bring the panel to conclusion. Is everybody happy with that? Yeah, fantastic. So Laura, Sabah, Ismail, thank you very much to the three of you for your wonderful presentations and contributions to the event. This discussion is not over yet, of course, but I hope that your talks that are now going to be available for anybody who could not watch us today, I hope that they're going to be inspiring, eye-opening, and that this discussion will indeed continue and get the attention that it truly deserves. So thank you very much for the three of you. If I could have only Anand on the screen with me, thank you very much. So this is effectively the end of the panel and also the end of our discussion for today. I very much hope we have more opportunities, as I said, in the future to continue unpacking the complex issue of cultural diversity in British photography and visual culture. One day is certainly not enough. I feel that with the talks today, we started mapping out perhaps the state of this field. I don't think that we necessarily managed to capture everything that there is to say, and that was not the intention of this workshop either. But I think there is a very nice range of talks here that we can now all refer to and listen to once again, with a view to finding additional ways to continue this discussion and to continue researching the state of cultural diversity in the British context and British culture. Before we go in separate ways, I would like to thank once again to DMU Events Officer Laura Wilson and DMU technician Mark DiMartino Marriott for all their hard work behind the scenes. It is really thanks to them that the live stream has gone so smoothly. I would also like to thank the Paul Mellon Centre for Studies in British Art once again for awarding us an event support grant to organize and deliver this event. And of course, many thanks also must go to Black Country Visual Arts and the ReFramed network, represented right now on the screen by Anand Chhabra, for partnering with DMU through myself to create this platform for education and knowledge exchange. Thank you very much, Anand, for all the very hard work you have put into the organization of the event. It hasn't gone unnoticed, trust me. And above all, many thanks to all the wonderful speakers who shared with us today their research, experiences, and informed views. And finally, thank you, viewers, for your attention, questions, and interest. Anand, would you like to say a few words before we close the event officially?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic event, and special thanks to you, Gil, as well. Again, I think you mentioned earlier that without this event not being possible, without me, it's not true. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. So I really appreciate that. I want to thank all the panelists and the speakers today that we had. They were wonderful. Behind the scenes again, Laura, Mark, we thank you. DMU, thank you for setting this up as well and being partners with us today, and for the Paul Mellon grant for funding this event. So again, I just want to echo all those thanks that Gil's given to everybody. It's been absolutely fantastic, and I've thoroughly enjoyed being here with you all today. Thank you.
Fantastic. We are now officially closing the event. Wishing you a lovely evening wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you.